At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is Monday, September 26, 2022. This is the School Board Awards and Presentations time. Calling this to order at 5:30. I'd like to recognize Dr. Moore for a series of presentations. Dr.
Thank you,
Moore.
Madam Chair. This is probably the best part of our meeting, which is presentations, the opportunity to acknowledge and recognize some outstanding things and outstanding individuals in our school district. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Public Information Officer, Ms. Maddox.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Tonight for our first presentation, we have our STEAM Designation Awards, and I would like to introduce Ms. April Perez. She's our STEAM coordinator for the district, and she will be coming to the podium to recognize these schools and individual teachers. Ms. Perez?
Good evening. The purpose of the STEAM designation for the School District of Indian River County is to foster creativity and innovative thinking. Schools who participate in STEAM designation use interdisciplinary learning, experiences that promote inquiry, technology integration, and authentic project-based learning that's connected to the real world. Our STEAM schools partnerships reach beyond the walls of our schools and include higher education and community organizations. We're excited to announce our STEAM designated school for the 21-22 school year. And at this time, I'd like to introduce our STEAM specialist, Mitzi Duraco.
Hello, good evening. We are excited to recognize the hard work and accomplishment of our STEAM schools for the 21-22 school year. It is an honor to have the privilege to work with your teams and present each STEAM school with a STEAM banner and certificate in recognition of your collective efforts and hard work, your dedication to being best by students regardless of the challenges faced, and continued partnerships with local community organizations to further the work this year is inspiring. We also have the privilege of recognizing 4 teachers who completed the EPIC STEAM Challenge last year by engaging their students in supplemental activities in the categories of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Thank you for your continued dedication to our students. All right. So, schools earning a gold designation are Osceola Magnet Elementary, Storm Grove Middle, Rosewood Magnet Elementary, schools earning a silver designation are Beachland Elementary and Dodgertown Elementary. Schools earning a bronze designation are Vero Beach High School. Congratulations to our STEAM designated schools. All right, so congratulations to the 21-22 EPIC STEAM teachers, Kristen Bruckner, Catherine Woodall, Julie Carroll, and Kim Bryant.
Congratulations.
Let's give them one more round of applause as everyone is exiting the room. Thank you so much. We are very excited about this next presentation. Of course, all of them are always exciting. However, we have to brag on our 2022 National Bus Safety Poster Contest winner from Dodgertown Elementary School, Mr. Jeremiah Sanders. Come on up, Jeremiah. Jeremiah won first place nationally. I think he's ready to give a speech. Jeremiah, you said I could do that. He won first place nationally in the 3rd through 5th grade division for the National School Bus Safety Poster Contest. So his poster, which we got the picture right up there, it was first chosen as the state winner for Florida, who submitted his poster as a representation in the national contest. And then Jeremiah won against all other state winners in his division, which is their most popular division, that age category, 3rd through 5th. He will receive a certificate and a $250 check. Did you know that? Also, his poster, along with Dodgertown Elementary, will be highlighted during the School Bus Safety Week, which is the 3rd week in October, and we are really looking forward to sharing that on our social media once they do that as well. And I can't forget to recognize Miss Dana Matheny, who's here as well, and she is his art teacher. He said, wow, this is a lot of money. You're right. And Ms. Matheny, we just want to thank you as well for making sure that all those posters were submitted from Dodgertown. You had a really good turnout, and we knew when we saw this one that, pretty much this was going to be the winner. We knew when we saw it. So again, congratulations to Jeremiah, and we would love to get a picture of you with our board members. Would you just stand right in the middle there?
Congratulations.
Family, Jeremiah, Matheny, would you like to come in? Here.
Yeah, come on.
Let me get a little closer.
There you go.
You want us to come down there with you? We'll do that. Come on.
Jeremiah's running the show tonight, so everyone is moving down to the front.
Is that good?
Perfect.
I'm going to do the housekeeping.
All right, let's get family in as well. All right, Ms. Matheny and Ms. Patterson, would you like to try the picture, please? And again, congratulations to Jeremiah, and his pictures will be up on our website tonight, actually, in our gallery, so make sure that you check in on there, and as soon as we receive the information from the state, we will be bragging about him all over social media and our website, so we're very excited. Thank you, Jeremiah and family, for being here tonight. For our next presentation, we are doing our Casual for a Cause presentation, and the organization that we got Casual for last month was the Environmental Learning Center. Miss Barbara Schlitt-Ford is the Executive Director of the ELC. Would you please join me at the podium? The students and staff members of the School District of Indian River County raised a total of $2,768.87 for the Environmental Learning Center. And of course, we have to mention that Storm Grove, I know Mr. Taylor was in here for a presentation. He's the principal of Storm Grove. They raised the most money at $506.19.
Wow. That is incredible. Just the partnership that we have with the school district means so much to us at your ELC. We're right there at the western foot of the Wabasso Bridge. If you haven't been to see us lately, we're excited about our school district fun days that we've been hosting for the elementary schools. So we have our second one this Saturday, and then our last one November 5th. So we'll pray that the weather holds out and we'll be moving forward. But we really have things for all ages, and we exist for the benefit of the community to get out there and be in wild Florida. And we hope that if you haven't been there lately, you take a look on our website and our social media and come get involved with the Environmental Learning Center. Thank you guys so much.
All right. And Ms. Ford, here are the real checks. And you get to keep that as well, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a new parent communication platform in our district. PBIS, which you may have heard of before, it extends positive behavior reinforcement beyond school. And Remind keeps families up to date with what's happening in the classroom. Now, we have a tutorial video for you tonight just to introduce you to both of these platforms and how you can use them to help connect with your teacher and keep track of your student. And we can't go without thanking Carrie Wall and her IT team for assisting us with this video. Thank you very much. So go ahead and roll it.
In an effort to streamline communications from school to home, the School District of Indian River County has implemented 2 communication apps, PBIS Rewards and Remind. This informational video will review the steps to activate your accounts and enhance communication with your student's school. PBIS Rewards is a positive behavior support app utilized by students in grades K through 8. The app has a digital token reward program and allows parents to track and monitor the progress of their students' behavior. PBIS Rewards allows for teacher-to-family communication, administration-to-family communication, and also translates to Spanish. The app is available for all devices. To access your account, open your device's App Store and search for PBIS Rewards Family. Then download the app to your phone. Please be sure to download the app with the purple icon, which is intended for families. Then choose your notifications preference. Select your language, English or Spanish. Click Scan Code, allow camera access, then scan your QR code. Reminder, you must download the app prior to scanning your QR code. It will not work outside the app. Confirm your relationship to the student. If you have more than one child, click the green Add button to add additional students. You are now set up to use the PBIS Rewards Family app. Remind is a mobile-first, two-way communication platform being utilized by students in 6th through 12th grade. Remind allows educators to communicate with students and parents without sharing personal contact information. You can receive messages and reply in whatever way works best by using the Remind app, text messages, email, or on the web using the Remind website. Students can log in from ClassLink or the app, and all classes are automatically connected. To claim your account, download the free app for iOS and Android or visit remind.com. Your login information is automatically set with the contact information stored in Focus. To activate your account, go to www.remind.com. Click Sign Up, then enter your email address or phone number that relates to your Focus account. Next, you'll enter the 4-digit confirmation code received via email or text. Create a password and complete any requested information prompts. Once logged in, it is important to review your profile information and set your notification preferences. These settings can be adjusted by clicking the Settings icon. Once in the Profile tab display, you can view and edit your personal information, including your name, password, or preferred language. Please note you have the option of adding a child, however, they should already be connected. Don't forget to double-check your preferred language preference. A key feature of Remind is the ability to translate incoming messages into your preferred language and automatically have messages translated when they're delivered to others. Once you have edited, reviewed, and saved your profile information, you will click on the Notification Preferences tab. This tab allows you to manage how you would like to receive Remind notifications. This information can also be edited to add or remove phone numbers, email addresses, or connected devices. Once your notification preferences are finalized, you are ready to begin communicating through Remind. If you have any questions or concerns, or would like additional information, please visit the Digital Parent Resources page at sdirc.info/digital parent resources.
So that was a lot to take in, and that is why we have it on our Digital Parent Resources page, and we also will be posting it on our YouTube channel, so you can go through in the privacy of your own home and one step at a time and make sure that you are signed up for both of those apps. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Eric Seymour, our Assistant Superintendent of Student Affairs, Advocacy, and Access, for a special Guardian Cap presentation.
Good evening. How many of you knew that there were over 2,000 student athletes in the school district of Indian River County? Probably not. We didn't either. But it's a matter of checking our numbers and seeing that students are involved, and hopefully those numbers will increase. And did you know that over a 4-year study, the American Academy of Pediatrics reported 9,542 concussions in high school football, and that they were increasing. Hello, I'm Eric Seymour, Assistant Superintendent again of Student Affairs, Advocacy, and Access. One key area in our department is to oversee athletics, in that we work directly with our principals, athletic directors, and coaches to provide needed support to help reduce sports-related injuries. Concussions are a major concern in our sports, with football reporting the most and highest number of head injuries. At this time, we'd like to show a short clip.
Come on! Come on! Lower, lower, lower! It's in the trenches for Melbourne Central Catholic's football team as they prep for their next game.
Piece of me! 1, 2, 3!
In those trenches, 15-year-old junior lineman Max Navarro, an exchange student from Mexico, says he's getting support from his coaches, teachers, and fellow students. Max has loved playing football as long as he can remember.
It's awesome. I never thought it would be like this. I like football since I was a kid, but I wanted to live like the experience here in the U.S.
Good, let's go, let's go. Max was a natural fit to play on the line. Melbourne Central Catholic only has a small team, meaning some of the players have to play both sides, as in offense and defense. Go. Max must get in the trenches on the offensive and defensive lines, meaning he is getting twice the physical contact of these demanding positions. You might notice Max's helmet looks different.
You feel more safety, more confidence about it.
Max and his teammates on the offensive and defensive line are wearing Guardian caps during practice. The one-size-fits-all soft shell helmet cover is designed to offer impact reduction. It's engineered to cut down on the impact some 33%.
Eyes got to be right. From there, our feet will follow, and then our hands will do. All three of those are important.
Head coach Rich Przynski says the NFL has been doing a good job spotlighting the Guardian caps, used by more than 100,000 athletes across the country for the past couple years. It gave him and his staff the idea to equip their own players, with safety being their #1 priority. Some former players came through and donated the caps.
So every offensive and defensive lineman here at Melbourne Central Catholic has this Guardian product. And again, we feel that we haven't really had any concussion issues thus far.
Max's goal is to move on to play college football, and he hopes that team takes advantage of the safety caps too, because he would continue to wear one.
I would definitely take it.
In Melbourne, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News.
All right, thank you. And we have one of our schools here, 2 were invited, one with the blue and gray and the one with the red. The one with the red is here. And they want to let you guys see exactly what that Guardians cap looks like on a helmet. You can take that up and let our board members see it. And at this time, I would like to bring up 2 members of our Education Foundation, Ms. Laika Gerwin-Moretta, Board of Directors Chair, and Ms. Heidi Leone, Director. The School District of Indian River County would like to thank them for their generous donation of 200 Guardian XT caps. 100 went to Sebastian River High School, and 100 went to Vero Beach High School. As mentioned in the clip, the Guardian cap can reduce the impact up to 33% during practice, in addition to reducing static heat by 15 to 20 degrees in the helmet. This is a positive step for athletes, and on behalf of our department, we would like to thank the Ed Foundation for their support.
Excuse our dress and our smell.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And guys, on a very, very light note, you didn't know our superintendent was a football player. And he said that they didn't have headaches until they played against Vero Beach High School. Go Indians. Thank you.
Now you too. I have a question about it too.
Last but certainly not least, we
Kristen,
have,
Kristen, can we ask a question?
Sure.
1 second. Are they wearing those during the games or just during practice?
During practice, and that's where they hit 5 days a week. So most of their hits are within practice time. So they can't wear them during games, but right now it's for practice. And most of the interior linemen, which you have some linemen well over 300 pounds that are banging heads through the entire week.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, why, but wouldn't they also hit or have contact, I mean, they obviously do during games. So can they, is there a reason why they're not allowed to wear it during a real game?
Well, it hasn't been sanctioned yet by sports, but they are recreating the helmet to, deal with all of the concussions and issues that, are presented during these hard impacts. So right now, the best thing that they could do without changing the game was to create that Guardians cap.
That makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
last but certainly not least, we have Mrs. Brittany Sweeney here. She's the marketing manager for Dougherty Enterprises. This past summer, Ms. Sweeney, if you would join me at the podium, please. This past summer, we had the Applebee's Stuff the Bus activity at Applebee's. Now, we've done this in the years past. And so this is sort of a reverse check presentation because they have a check that they would like to give our school district from their Applebee's Stuff the Bus event.
Hi everyone, I'm Brittany Sweeney and I'm going to introduce Jennifer Bell, our general manager for the Applebee's in Vero Beach.
Hi, so we are super excited to present this check to the school district of Indian River County today. It is for $1,305, as well as an estimated $750 in school supplies that we did donate. We wanted to find a way to help support our community and neighborhoods, so we started our Stuff the Bus School Supply Drive event last year. This was our second year, and we are excited to see this event grow each year and raise needed school supplies and money for the students of Indian River County. Thank you for partnering with us, and we look forward to another event in 2023. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Back up.
And Madam Chair, with 3 minutes to spare, I think that concludes our presentations.
Okay, I appreciate that. And at this time, we'll adjourn the awards and presentations. It's 5:56. It is Monday, September 26, 2022. This is the business meeting for the School District of Indian River County School Board. It is 6 o'clock. I'm calling this meeting to order. We're in the Joanne Idolette Jr. Teacher Education Center. The Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be led by Vero Beach High School's Air Force Junior ROTC Detachment 043 under the direction of Dean Rasdale, retired Major, U.S. Air Force, and Sean Rood, Senior Master Sergeant, U.S. Air Force. Please rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Colors. Post. Right face. Forward march.
Watch out for that. Watch out for that.
We'd like to thank our students. They always do such a good job. All right, are there any items board members wish to move from consent to action?
Not from consent to action, but I'd like to add 2 items to discussion.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Proclamations would be one item. And then another item would be the football fields.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I would like to add a discussion item.
Okay.
Classroom libraries.
Anyone else? Okay. Are there any items that anyone wants to move from consent to action? Seeing none, I'm going to call for a motion to accept the adoption of the orders of the day as amended.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Mr. Barefoot, Dr. Schiff. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes 5-0. Okay. Dr. Moore says we have more presentations.
Madam Chair, we have a proclamation. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Dampier to present that proclamation. Oh, I hear them.
Good evening. The first 2 weeks of October are designated by the state of Florida as Disability History and Awareness Weeks. During this time, the ESD department has planned activities for schools to expand students' knowledge, understanding, and awareness of individuals with disabilities. Mrs. Moray, Director of Exceptional Student Education, will provide an overview of some of the activities and introduce students from Citrus Elementary to read the proclamation.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. We are very excited to provide the proclamation here today. We have 5 students from Citrus Elementary here, along with their speech-language pathologist, Taylor Caldwell, who will be leading the way. Their school team is here as well, their principal, their resource specialist, and other members of the Citrus staff. So for these first 2 weeks of October, recognizing them as Disability History and Awareness Weeks, we really want to inform, advocate, and provide information on our school campuses. That will be incorporating K to 12 on all of our different campuses, as well as a special event at the School Choice Fair on October 8th, where we are showcasing disability history and awareness and including ESE services in that very important event. So with that, I am very happy to introduce our 5 students here tonight. We have Caius Anderson, Alan Abels, Raymond Stinson, Jackson McLean, and Lincoln McLean, who are going to be presenting for you momentarily.
All right, proclamation.
Proclamation.
Designating.
Designating.
The first 2 weeks.
The first weeks.
Of October.
October.
2022.
2022.
As disability.
Disability.
History.
And
awareness.
And awareness.
Weeks.
Weeks.
Okay, ready? And encouraging.
Encouraging.
Our schools.
Our schools.
And universities.
And books.
To provide.
To provide.
Instruction.
Instruction.
On disability history.
On disability.
People with disabilities.
On disability.
And the
disability. With disability.
Rights.
What?
Movement.
Who movement?
Ready?
Whereas there are very 175,000 students with disabilities in Florida's K-12 education system, and whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 is founded on 14 principles.
Let's see.
Inclusion,
full participation,
economic, fluency, and equality of opportunity for all people with disabilities and
And whereas a key method of promoting these 4 principles is for our schools to recognize the contributions by people with disabilities to our society and provide instruction in disability history, people with disabilities, and the disability rights movement through school curriculum, school assemblies, and other school activities. And it is desirable that state post-secondary institutions promote activities that provide education awareness and understanding regarding people with disabilities and,
So Regis also encourages cooperation between the school system, post-secondary institutions, and the community at large to promote better treatment and fair hiring practices for people with disabilities.
Good job.
Now therefore be it resolved by the School Board of Indian River County that the board urges our schools to provide intensive instruction on disability history, people with disabilities, and the disability rights movement, especially during the first 2 weeks of October and periodically throughout the school year, and encourages other institutions to conduct and promote educational activities on those subjects.
All right.
Good job.
Be it further resolved that the first 2 weeks in October of every year be recognized as Disability History and Awareness Weeks in Indian River County, Florida. Adopted by the District School Board of Indian River County, Florida on this 26th day of this September 2022. Signed on behalf of the District School Board of Indian River County, Florida by Terry Bernborg, Chairman, Dr. Peggy Jones, Vice Chairman, Dr. Mary Schiff, Jacqueline Rosario, Brian Barefoot, David K. Moore, Superintendent of Schools.
I know.
So excited. Oh, are we gonna, hold on one second, hold on one second, we gotta
pictures.
vote, and then we'll take a picture,
Oh,
okay?
vote.
All right, so I'd like to call for a vote to accept the proclamation
I make a
designating
motion.
the first 2 weeks of October 2022 as Disability History and Awareness Weeks.
I make a motion.
Second?
Who seconded? Dr. Jones? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. All right, well, now we can celebrate.
Oh, one more. Yay! So cute. Oh my gosh.
Good job.
Thank you.
Kristen.
So cute.
Yes, Kristen.
And Dr. Moore, is that all the presentations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Students did a great job of public speaking. I know a lot of adults are nervous about public speaking. They didn't seem to be nervous at all, so it was wonderful to see that. All right, at this time, we're
Mrs.
going to have our,
Barrenborn?
yes, go
Hang on,
ahead.
before we go into citizen input,
Sure.
can I say something?
Sure.
I'd just like to acknowledge that today is the first day of Rosh Hashanah that began last night with Erev Rosh Hashanah. And I would like to acknowledge that this is one of the 2 high holy days in the Jewish calendar that began last night in the year 5783. So to all who celebrate, I want to wish you a good new year, Lashana Tova, and a sweet new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schiff. All right, at this time, it's citizen input time. I'm going to read a statement. This is the guidelines. These are the guidelines for citizen input according to the School Board Policy 0169.1. Each statement made by a member of the public shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration. Persons will be recognized in the order in which the requests were received. The time shall start when the speaker at the podium and the school board attorney will be the official timekeeper. You will hear a beep at the end of your 3 minutes. Persons may speak for up to 3 minutes at the beginning of the business meeting during citizen input as indicated in the order of business, and for up to 3 minutes to each action item, agenda item during the action agenda, and each board member discussion item as indicated in the order of business. Persons may speak only once about any given item. The time period may be extended by the presiding officer. Only the individual submitting a speaker's form is allowed to address the board. Time may not be yielded to other speakers. During the meeting, please refrain from clapping or outbursts of any sort so that we can proceed with dignity and with decorum by not infringing on any individual's First Amendment rights. I need to remind everyone to direct all comments to the chairman, not to individual board members or to the superintendent. Board members may or may not address any citizen input statements at the end of the citizen input comment time. And as board members listen to citizens without interruption, citizens are asked to give board members the same respect. As per Florida Statute 1001.372, subsection 3, the presiding officer of any district school board may order the removal from a public meeting held by the district school board of any person interfering with the expeditious or orderly process of such meeting, provided such officer is first issued a warning and continued interference with the orderly process of the meeting will result in removal. All right. I'm going to start, I'll call the first name and then who is on deck. So we'll go with Claudia Villadrosa first and Diane Parentella after that. Hello. Come to the podium, it's all yours.
Good evening, Dr. Moore and members of the board. My name is Ms. Claudia. I've been in the school board for more than 20 years, and this is my first time up here. And I'm asking for an inflation bonus for my co-workers and myself of $5,000 for this school year. Gas has gone up 16%, electricity 15.8%, rent 6.7%, groceries 13.5%, and health insurance went up 7%. That's a total of 13.5% for just this year. Next year, they expect the inflation to go up 15.7%, and the third year, 17 to 18%. With this percentage going up, I am not able to buy food like Publix or Whole Foods or even Walmart. Sometimes I do have to go to the up store, and I don't mind doing that. I am proud of where I buy my food. But with that said, our neighboring counties, they are paying their employees better than our school district. So again, I am asking for an inflation bonus for my coworkers and for myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Parentella is next. Julia White is on deck.
Good evening. At your last meeting, I spoke before you about the need for a new policy for purchasing library books. I understand that the rulemaking at the state level has not been finalized, but just today, a proposed rule was released related to the listing of library materials and reading lists on school websites, 6A-7.0713. One of the definitions from this rule reads, quote, district-run public schools. Therefore, charter schools are not included in the protections provided by the new state law. The definition I am most concerned with, however, is the one that defines a library media center as, quote, any collection of books, ebooks, periodicals, and videos maintained and accessible on the site of an elementary school, including classrooms. The classroom library that was closed off by a teacher at a local middle school was making the rounds on social media after open house last week. You better get used to seeing closed libraries in classrooms, or worse, classroom libraries removed altogether. How are we going to improve our reading scores when classroom libraries are going to disappear? If classroom libraries are required to be kept in searchable format, what teacher is going to have time to catalog all those books? Books, I might add, that the teachers have purchased with their own funding. I'm the president of Special Equestrians of the Treasure Coast. We are a therapeutic riding program. We have a horse-powered reading program with Dodgertown Elementary going back to about 2019. This year, we're trying to add the program at Indian River Academy. We've been trying to work through the new requirements as well as working through risk management. But at this time, we are unable to even give the students a horse coloring book. Read for the Record's coming up on October 27th. Last year, libraries were given the book for Read for the Record, and we were allowed to pledge to read. What's the plan for this year? Can we order those books? Is it going to be given to us? Is this another opportunity to promote reading that will be lost due to new legislation? And since charter schools are not included in the definition of elementary schools, it leads me to believe that this was never really about the books in the first place.
Okay, thank you. After everyone speaks. Julia White is next. On deck is Jennifer Pippin.
Good evening. Julia White, mother of a student at Bear Beach High School and Storm Grove Middle School. I'm also the president of the Fighting Indians Band Boosters. First of all, I want to thank each of you that helped with the change in the policy for charter buses. I am beyond ecstatic to hear that there is policy change either coming or in place. But that's not why I'm here tonight. I want to talk about the Citrus Bowl. First of all, thank you to whomever helped with switching our game to Sebastian River High School last week. It worked. It wasn't fun to be in another stadium, but it worked. But let's talk about the big, elephant in the room. The Citrus Bowl is in need of some major help. And to my knowledge, there was supposed to be a renovation done I think this summer, and it was to address the field and the away side. After the home side got done, to my knowledge, there was supposed to be another renovation. There's just inadequate drainage at that field, and this is a problem for not just the football teams and the other teams that play on that field, but it's also a problem for the band kids that play on the field. But that's still not the only problem at the Citrus Bowl. There is inadequate parking for our handicap. They park in a field to the east of the stadium that is also used by cheer and by band trailers, and if you've ever tried to navigate that field with a trailer filled with handicap parking, you'll know our pain. But yet there's more. So the away side seating is a hole that you can drop just anything, small children, purses, cell phones, it's a problem. In addition to that, the away and home side concession stands are not air conditioned. And yeah, okay, that's frivolous, but we live in Florida and it's a heat problem for any volunteers that work in there, but it also makes our equipment, like the ice machines, work extra hard. And last summer, the one in the away side broke, and this year, the one in the home side broke, and yes, they both got fixed. However, that also put our band boosters and our football boosters out money and time having to go buy ice to make sure that their students were well hydrated and cool. The list goes on and on. The away side parking lights do not work. They haven't worked in the 4 years I've been there. It seems to not be a light bulb problem. In addition to that, if buses try to park over there, they can't navigate without running over curbs. So I really implore you to make a plan and follow through with it for not just the field, but the away side and the parking lots as well. It saddens me that a team like Fighting Indians is working in these conditions. They deserve a field that matches their pride, their sportsmanship, and someplace that our visiting teams and guests are proud to come to. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Pippin is next. Cindy Gibbs is on deck.
I have a couple things to pass out. Am I allowed to pass it out to you, or does somebody have to do it?
Mrs. Esplin will bring. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pippin. I'm the chairman for Moms for Liberty of Indian River, Florida, and one of the co-founders for We the People, Indian River County. If there's any children in the room and their parents would like them to leave for the remaining of this meeting, or if there's anybody watching on YouTube, I am going to be reading from some of the library books that are still on the shelves. But what I did pass out to you are constitutions that were donated by the 1917 Society. Moms for Liberty has distributed through the 1917 Society 6 million constitutions through the United States this year. And every single middle schooler, 8th grader in this county received one of these except for the public schools. So all of the charter schools, the public schools, a lot of homeschools, they are still yet to be approved from the School District of Indian River County. The first email we sent to get these approved was on September 2nd, if anybody wanted to do a public records request, and there's been 3 since then. So the only students, 8th grade students in the county, were public school students that did not get these in their hands. I wanted you to have a copy so you see that it's unbiased. It's just the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and our children deserve to have these in their hands because they're donated as supplemental material. These library books are still on the shelves. Parents are still asking why they are not able to know the names and authors of these books so they can opt their children out. So this is for, again, educational purposes for parents to be able to opt their children out. This book, Sold, is currently in our high schools. There is no parental opt-out. Just to give a summary, there are 2 girls that are sold into sex trade. They are 11 and 14 years old. If you look, I could show everybody. All of the sticky notes are all sex acts in this book. So all the sticky notes in this book are sex acts, okay? This was approved to go back on the shelves at the February meeting. Again, if there's any children listening or children in the room, parents have the right to ask their children to not listen.
Mrs. Pippin, I can't have you read an excerpt that is meant for a 17 or 18-year-old because the FAA has us allowing children that are under that age to watch it as a live broadcast. I can't allow it.
Okay, but First Amendment rights say that we can educate the public on what are in the libraries for students. And there could be 13-year-old students that are reading these books.
Understand that.
Please stop my time.
Okay.
So I can't even attempt to read the book that's currently on the shelves.
I'll defer to the attorney.
Thank you, Chair Barrenborg, members of the board. Pursuant to the school board's policy and their guidelines for citizen comment, the chair runs the meeting and the chair has the opportunity to stop any speaker if they go on too long, but also if they are going to read something that is not proper for the purpose of a business meeting. If the speaker would like to distribute that material, similar to how the speakers distributed these guides, then the speaker can choose to do that so that the board members are able to view that material themselves. Thank you.
Okay, this book was sent to you, I believe it was January of 2022, before the last challenge. I was told that these books are only purchased on Amazon. This book is from Sebastian River High School. The book we purchased for $2 on Amazon is the same book.
What's the title of that book?
Sold by Patricia McCormick.
Okay.
And it was emailed to the entire board when it was challenged. It was challenged for incest, rape, and pedophilia. And I know my time's almost up. This book was challenged in March after the big February challenges. This book is called Push, a novel by Sapphire. And I know that I can't read it. It's about a 16-year-old girl who's impregnated twice by her father and is sexually abused by her father and mother in graphic sexual nature.
Pippin. Thank you. Next speaker is Cindy Gibbs, and on deck is Angela Banshoff.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Cindy Gibbs. I'm not going to talk about books. For our district to truly achieve a world-class education designation, we need to expand programming for students with exceptionalities on all ends of the spectrum. We need more access for parents of children with disabilities to know their rights, not just to be delivered those forms and documents. They are written in language that are very difficult for people to understand who are even living inside the educational world. And so parents need to truly be a part of this story. I've been in enough IEP meetings with colleagues, with people that I know well, and it's always an uncomfortable situation. It's a cold room, it's uncomfortable furniture. It's an uncomfortable situation when you're talking about how you wish your child was doing better than they were. So I feel like we can make that process more comfortable for our families. At the other end of that spectrum, let's talk about how our gifted programming in our district is for elementary school children who are incredibly high achieving, 3/4 of 1 day a week. It's not enough if we're going to achieve a world-class education system in this district. Our kids deserve more than that. So we need to be able to find out how we can fund that better and also support our teachers. I was looking through the Project E² goals, that what's posted on the district website ends 2021. And here we are considerably through 2022. So the strategic goal from 2018 to 2021 was increase the percentage of high-performing students at the primary middle school levels demonstrating academic learning gains through the increased provision of high-quality curricular and instructional resources and broaden service delivery models of enrichment supports and gifted services for diverse student learners. And there are 3 strategies, but I specifically want to talk about the one that says expanding access to unique, accelerated, blended learning approaches for all gifted students, as well as students in need of enrichment supports at historically underrepresented schools. We saw again tonight, I'm thrilled to pieces about those STEAM designated schools, but please note which schools those were. You've heard me talk many times before about what it's like to teach at a title school that doesn't get the applause and the recognition at our school board meetings. Let's make sure that we do have a district-wide world-class education system. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Banzoff, and on deck is Michelle Sanford. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'm Angela Banzoff. I have 3 children in the district. My 2 boys are at Vero Beach High School and my daughter is at Gifford Middle. I'm here representing the Fighting Indians football team as the Booster Club president. I'm here to address the issues with the field conditions at the Citrus Bowl. As many of you know, we had to move our game this past week to Sebastian River High due to safety concerns from the poor field conditions, as our field was deemed unplayable. We got this news Thursday afternoon. I am here to ask for immediate attention to this ongoing problem. This is not new news. As I'm aware, it's been brought to the attention to the district for years. I'm suggesting the board take a very close look at not only the fields, but also all of the facilities in and around the Citrus Bowl. Dilapidated sheds, excessive drainage issues in multiple areas of the stadium, a campus locker room that has not been updated since the mid-1980s. The locks do not lock, and in turn, results in thefts of our student athletes' equipment and personal belongings. My son got things stolen, several parents here, their child as well. I ask that the board take the appropriate steps to come up with a game plan to remedy these multiple problems. While we were very thankful on Friday that our game did not get canceled, and we love the hospitality that Sebastian River showed us, as well as having Governor DeSantis there, Vero Beach High School athletics, particularly the football team, continues to be one of the top programs in the state of Florida. We also bring in a lot of revenue for our school and for our community. It's a shame our facilities are not reflecting that. We need a short-term solution to finish our current season, and we need a long-term solution for the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Sanford is next. Rebecca Cook is on deck.
Hello, Superintendent Moore and school board members. My name is Michelle Sanford, and I have 2 children in our county schools, one at Osceola Middle and one at Osceola Magna Elementary. I am here tonight for several reasons. First, per the library access data report put out by our district 2 weeks ago, I want to share a pie graph made from those numbers. See the tiny little red sliver? That represents the parents who opted their children to have no access to books. 0.8% of parents. I know these few parents can sometimes be loud and claim to represent the majority in our county, but that is not true. The numbers do not lie. Most of us are the green, and I implore the school board to start representing the majority in this county and not just the 0.8%. I would also like to encourage the district to start ordering books for our libraries. It was unfortunate to learn that there has been no book ordering done by our media specialists since March. I appreciate Diane Parentella for having the courage and coming to the last meeting to share this. Most of our parents did not know, and the majority of us are not opposed to new books being ordered. Using our budget to its fullest is very important. Not using it can have negative impact on our district's future budgets. Some see this as measures to slowly defund our public schools. I hope that the board and superintendent take this into consideration. I recently learned from another parent that our children are not doing any novel studies in critical thinking classes. My 8th grader confirmed this. He said they are studying science instead. This is unacceptable and needs to be addressed immediately. Why this isn't an action item, I have no idea. I understand that there are new statutes and laws coming from the state every day, but the district needs to change this before the school year is over, not next year. Also, teachers and their classroom libraries need to be supported by our district. I've seen the form that teachers had to fill out for their classroom libraries. When teachers sign a form saying their library is in compliance, yet the next week things could be different when new books are being reviewed to be pulled. The district has the lawyers. This should not be an added burden on our teachers. You are having teachers fill out forms. You are asking us to fill out forms, and we did. At a certain point, the Parents' Bill of Rights needs to protect the majority of our students to have the excellent education experience that you have promised. I am tired of my children suffering because of a few parents who want my kids to live by their standards, values, and views of lifestyle and education while at our public schools. They can opt their kids out of almost anything and everything, yet that is not enough. They are now infringing on my children's rights, and this needs to stop. Stop gearing classrooms around the 0.8% and consider the majority of families who are being affected by this. Lastly, I want more than just reading, writing, and arithmetic for my children. We should all want our children to be considerate classmates, passionate learners, excellent students, deeply educated, and persistent critical thinkers as they leave our schools and move into our society. We should expect nothing less from them, and nor should you. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Cook is next, and Reverend Dr. John Vacchiano is after that.
Good evening, school board and Dr. Moore. My name is Becky Cook. I'm a teacher assistant and the secretary of CWA Local 3180. First, I would like to thank you for the $1,000 bonus that support staff received last school year. That money helped a lot of employees and their families. This year, support staff employees received a 2% wage increase starting July 1st. That ranged from 26 cents to 60 cents more an hour. Depending on the pay grade and how many hours an employee works per week, that wage increase could range from $2.60 to $24 per week, with the approximate average being around $12 to $13 more per week. Considering the current 8.3% inflation rate cost of living, 2% just doesn't keep up with the cost of basic necessities. The support staff starting pay for the lowest pay grade is currently $13.31 per hour. That will hopefully be raised to $15 soon for all federal workers per the January 30th, 2022 executive order by the president. But $15 an hour in Indian River County, Florida is no longer a livable wage. It seems hourly paid workers are always at a disadvantage when it comes to wages. As a union officer, new employees sometimes contact me to tell me that there must be a mistake in their pay. They either didn't realize or forgot that because they only work 9.5 to 10 months out of the year, they are paid in 24 equal pay periods over a 12-month period. Therefore, the pay is even less per pay period since part of our wages are held back for the 2 months when school is out. That makes it even more challenging for many of us struggling to make the money stretch from payday to payday. For us, it's often a never-ending battle to survive. The current inflation rate is seriously hurting many support staff employees. I come before you today to ask you to consider and approve an inflation bonus for all support staff employees. Last year, you approved a $1,000 bonus. Unfortunately, after taxes were taken out, most employees were left with around $700. However you try to stretch it, high inflation eats up $700 fairly quickly over a period of several months. This year, I'm hoping that you will consider, at the minimum, doubling the amount to $2,000. That would certainly help to get support staff through the school year. And a bonus might just help slow down or stop the revolving door of support staff employees leaving the school district. Currently, there are 735 support staff employees. Last year, from July 1st through June 30th, a total of 177 support staff employees separated from the school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Dr. John Vacchiano is next, and Susan Baldwin is on deck.
Good evening, everyone. Would you bow your heads with me? Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence upon Thee, and we beg our blessings upon us, our parents, our teachers, and our country. Amen. Amen. I'd like to share another story about another great American public educator that was born in 1800 in Pennsylvania. He grew up in Ohio. His name was Dr. William Holmes McGuffey. Growing up under the teaching of his mother, McGuffey learned to memorize entire books of the Bible. At the age of 14, he started teaching school, beginning with a class of 48 students. Because of his deep love for education, McGuffey wanted to deepen his knowledge and skills, and through a divine intervention in 1818, the Reverend Thomas Hughes invited young McGuffey to enroll at Old Stone Academy. Mr. Guffey continued to thrive, and in 1826, he was named professor of languages at Miami University in Oxford, Ohio. He became very well known for his lectures on morals and biblical themes. On April 23, 1833, he signed an agreement with Truman and Smith Publishers to produce a set of textbooks for American school children. He initially published a series of 4 readers that were published between 1836 and 1837. In his 4th reader, he wrote, "From no source has the author drawn more copiously in his selections than from the sacred scriptures. That man is entitled to be pitied who, at this day, can honestly object to imbuing the minds of youth with the language and the spirit of the Word of God." According to Dr. Westerhoff, Mr. McGuffey's interest in teaching children to read is directly related to his conviction that knowing the contents of the scriptures is of ultimate significance. For decades, the McGuffey readers were America's textbooks for the first 6 years of grade school. Over 120 million copies produced and implemented in our public schools between 1836 and 1960. One biographer of McGuffey wrote, "For many common folk, McGuffey represents the most important figure in the history of American public education, the schoolmaster of the nation." Another writer wrote, "For 75 years, his system and his books guided the minds of 4/5 of the school children of the nation in their taste for literature, in morality, in their social development, and next to the Bible, in their religion." In his book about McGuffey, Quentin Skabarek wrote, "As I researched and wrote on presidents such as William McKinley and industrialists such as George Westinghouse, Henry Clay Frick, Henry Ford, Andrew Carnegie, Edward Libby, Michael Owens, and H.G. Hines, the name William H. McGuffey was clearly the mentor of many of America's greatest capitalists. Almost all had used the McGuffey reader and developed their belief system in the one-room schoolhouse. In the heart and breath of transforming education, we should seriously and prayerfully consider the great founding fathers of American education and their curriculum." Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Baldwin is next. Lisa Hanson is on deck.
Last week, I emailed the superintendent and the board concerning the non-distribution of the donated pocket constitutions to the 8th grade classes. Dr. Moore responded to me the next day, wishing to clear up misinformation. The email told of how on Friday, September 16th, all the students from 3rd to 12th grade would have access to the Constitution via the Canvas platform. Also spoke of planned lessons, planned activities, and a celebration of Constitution Day. I appreciated his quick response, and it all sounded very good. but it did not address the reason for my email, is why were the pocket constitutions not distributed to the students? What is the problem with putting a hard copy of the primary documents of our country into their hands? Thank you.
Lisa Hanson is next. Susan Meal is after that.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Lisa Hanson. I'm a retired speech-language pathologist with 30 years of experience. I've served in multiple schools in every age group, from pre-K through high school in this district, as well as in Brevard County. I am but one person, but I'd like to express my experience. It has been that most teachers, administrators, and support staff are dedicated to inspiring children to be productive, critically thinking citizens of our society. They love and care for kids. They invest and dedicate themselves to this common goal. Can things be improved in our public education system? Absolutely. Should there be more parent involvement? Certainly, of course. But I will say this, I have co-taught in many teachers' classrooms, including one teacher that's here today, an excellent pro-education, pro-literacy teacher, Cindy Gibbs. Not once have I seen sexually inappropriate book material in any classroom or being taught by any librarian. I have never witnessed or engaged in lessons about different races that would lead a child to feel badly about their birth race. I have never seen books being taught in any classrooms addressing gender identity or sexual orientation. I would like to ask these parents' rights groups, what is your end goal? From where I'm standing, the goal does not end with more parental involvement. It ends with parental involvement as long as that parent agrees with that group and with their religious beliefs. It ends with the demise of our public education system. I am not exaggerating. These groups are laden with anger, vitriol, and tribalism to such an extent that there is no room for compromise, brainstorming, and real solutions. And who wins here? Teachers fear vigilantism, lawsuits, and being fired for any reason a parent sees fit. Administrators who are working to keep children safe, healthy, and growing intellectually are harassed and forced to resign. Parents are left to educate their children themselves, which is not an option for every family. Everyone is placed in a high-stress, defensive, solutionless position. And while in this state, nothing will get done. Nothing has ever been accomplished in our society without compromise. And in the end, the biggest loss is endured by the children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Susan Meal is next. Jennifer Freeland is on deck.
Good evening. It seems like only yesterday we were debating in the public square the idea of same-sex marriage, and now we're debating whether or not children should be taught they can change their sex. I'm glad to hear that none of this is in our schools, because I was very concerned when some of the things I've seen over the past year related to this district. It was fast. We went from one to the other. And what's important is that I remember, and remembering is an important factor. I remember when I needed a signature to get my ears pierced at 16. Now in schools, we're debating whether children should be taught they can choose their pronouns. It sounds harmless, but it's not. It says to them that English language can be changed at any time. Words have no meaning, you have no gender. You can be whatever you want, whatever sex you want, and those are lies. They're not the truth. People say, follow the science. Well, the science is clear. You are born either a biological and anatomical male or female, and you can't change that. You can mutilate it, you can drug it, and you can castrate it, but you cannot change what chromosomes, or God for that matter, set out to make you. It starts with pronouns, but there's also messaging about parents not understanding this. Kids have to educate them. And that's right, we're on the precipice of throwing out all our shared values, all our reasoning, all our science, and all our gut feelings, and allowing this movement to tell us how we can raise kids. and how they're going to destroy them, frankly. That talk about toxic masculinity, the war on boys, and the push for unisex fashions, skinny stick models, it's working on kids. Eating disorders and, yes, gender dysphoria are on the rise. Why wouldn't they be? Changing pronouns is the first step down this slippery slope to a godless society. It's a society with no science, no faith, no redemption, and no morals. And if we persist, and if you persist in following groups like Equality Florida with their LGBTQ guidelines, then we'll persist in fighting. And we'll fight other radical groups, including the NEA, the National Teachers Association, which now offers students queering sexual education with a how-to guide that's very graphic, and I won't go into the details right here. Does our state union, does our county teachers union support this? And talking about books, what are wrong with the books we have? Why do we need these new books from an industry that doesn't have our children's well-being in mind? Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Freeland is next. David Dinan is on deck.
That's not, no, I meant that.
Excuse me. We'll have order. Thank you.
I'm sorry. No, I meant that in a kind way. I didn't mean her to. No.
Okay.
Nope. She's passing out a sample about what I'm about to talk about.
It's supposed to go to Nancy.
It has to go to Nancy.
Oh, sorry, my bad. We didn't know. We've never done that. I usually email it to you.
It seems to be something new. We just found out tonight.
I want a different copy.
Yeah, this is, the reason this is in place is for the safety of school board members. Sometimes people pass things that are not.
That's fair. I just didn't know. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to break.
Thank you.
I actually have a copy in the backpack. Good evening to the board and Dr. Moore. While we go over and over books that have had little to no circulation and may have been in our libraries for decades and haven't done us any harm so far, I feel it's important to tell what real problems are currently happening every day in our classrooms. Class sizes are grossly exceeding state requirements. You currently have that in front of you from a report. It's an excerpt. I have the whole report. 30 to 38 kids in core classes for 6 periods. The district is putting multiple low-class numbers in single periods, seemingly to hide numbers. General education classrooms that have 99% or more ESE students with no supports, misleading parents' expectations of least restrictive environment, and inability to buy new reading materials. Teachers have a laundry list of telephone calls to make for absences, detentions, a plethora of other disciplinary issues. Teachers are writing discipline referrals, student documentation. Teachers continue to create and implement lesson plans, collaborate once a week, act as mediators, security officers, truancy officers, administrative secretaries, IT support, counselors, guest educators, test administrators, maintain positive parent-student relationships, and we do still teach reading, writing, and arithmetic, all while being attacked and villainized from outside and within. We are terrified to say or do something wrong. We walk on eggshells waiting for the next attack, and at what point does it come? If anybody thinks that we actually have time to teach CTR or indoctrinate kids, if we had the ability, we would indoctrinate manners, common sense, courtesy, kindness, and self-control. But as of yet, we are not magicians. SDIRC continues to add to teachers' plates, micromanaging them at every turn, continuing walkthroughs, often verbally chastising teachers on site. Reassigning with little to no notice, placing discipline on teachers when students get hurt in dangerously overloaded classrooms, demonizing the use of sick time that teachers work for and is part of our contractual benefits. And administration continues to use our collaborative time as meeting times. Teachers are just plain tired. The district has lost 45 teachers with only 26 postings. While we sit here tonight, there are many teachers missing dinner with their families, missing bedtime and bath time routines with their children, missing their children's concerts, recitals, sports games, missing their own family time to support other people's children. You crow and boast about state rankings and scores. I will remind you that that success came at great sacrifice of teachers you pushed to the point of complete burnout and exhaustion and ultimately out the door.
Okay, thank you. David Dinan is next, and Joanne Binford is on deck.
Hello. My name is David Dinan. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the superintendent, the members of the school board, and our teachers for all their hard work. I'm truly grateful for the education that my 8- and 9-year-old have received so far in the school district. That said, I think over the last few years, all of you have faced much more anger, resentment, and negativity than appreciation or thanks. I truly believe that the majority of the board have their hearts and minds in the right place, working for the benefit of all students. Over the past few years, school board meetings have become ever more divided and divisive and heated. Even as a high schooler up north, I do remember some ridiculous shenanigans on the part of parents trying to gut vital and much beloved student programs for inane reasons that I still can't understand. But that was nothing compared to what's going on today. As all of you navigate the changing landscape of rules and legislation, I can only urge you to continue to do what is right. Do what will do the most good for all students, regardless of their background, their family makeup, their economic circumstances, or any number of factors that can help boost them up or pull them down. You're bound to follow the law and any legislation, as you must, but you never have to overinterpret it, and you never have to over-apply it. You do not have to allow any law to be the weapon of choice of a bully. Looking through today's agenda, I see moves that strive to increase inclusivity, such as the updated strategic plan and the proclamation of disability history and awareness. And that kind of work is vital, but the work only starts there, which I think you already know. Please continue to help every student to grow academically and socially by ensuring that wherever they attend school, there's a sense of community, no matter who they are, what their circumstances are, who their parents are, or where they come from. Only through learning and working with all different kinds of students and all different kinds of educators can they gain the vital life skill that's working and collaborating with those who have different ideas, beliefs, backgrounds, and experiences to your own. Those are hard lessons to learn. A student is not a success through excellent grades alone, although some people will tell you that. A successful student has also learned how to function and interact with those around them in a constructive and positive way. It's the combination of excellent education and excellent social skills that will make a successful student. Lastly, I do want to remind you that the loudest, most vocal, and most angry parents or activists are not necessarily representative of the majority. A majority of parents may not be able to be here for whatever the reason, but they have placed a deep trust in you as stewards of their children's education, and they expect you to cut through the chatter, the noise, and the drama. So, thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Binford is next. Dawn Wilkerson is on deck.
Thank you, Dr. Moore and school board members, for having this meeting here. I'm not going to read from this book, but I want to show you this is perfect. This is a book that was removed from the high school and brought down to the middle school. So those are for ages 11 through 13. This book has threesomes in it, orgies, and it talks about rape. It's too explicit to read out here, which should tell you something. As far as the teachers, we love the teachers, and I gotta tell you, I've been with the school district from 2005 to 2021. I worked with special needs kids. My own kids went to school here. I love the school district. I love teachers that I've met here and worked with for decades. I've been in the presence of special needs. I've even coached soccer teams. I've coached a lacrosse team, and I didn't even know how to coach lacrosse because I didn't want to lose that program at our middle school because our parents moved on. And I did that for free. You know, that's because I cared. And I understand the position that the teachers are in because I've been with them. I've worked with them. I've lived on the school campus pretty much because when you work for the school district, you work for the families. When you coach after school. You stay late. You work the nights, the conference nights. So I know what it's like. And we're not here to be angry. We're here to say, look, we're concerned. We don't want these books to be read by our children. And we're not asking you to stop purchasing books. It's simple. Do you really want to have all that explicit material? It's not important. What's important is you know it, reading, math, English, dealing with the kids that have a difficult time at home, giving them that security, you're grounded when you come to school. Some of those kids, the best time is at school. But this is not an angry issue. This is a concerning issue. Please take these books off the shelf. Put something else on the shelf for them to read that's more educational. We don't need this. Why do we have to fight about this? It's explicit. Why do we need that? We need skilled trades jobs, still, kids to focus on what can I do. When I went to school, I might be aging myself, but we had the printing press where you actually had to put the metal plates down to roll the printing. We had all kinds of shop classes. You guys don't have that here anymore. We need to bring those back, get those kids busy, get those kids studying something else. They don't need to read this stuff. And even if they're not reading it, it still doesn't need to. We don't need to waste our school money on this. We are already struggling. Look at all the problems we're having with the high school and the band. I've just heard a litany of things that this school needs, that we need to provide for our teachers, our students. Why are we wasting it on this? Why is it so hard to remove 100 books? We're not asking you to shut down the library. Why are we spending our time on this?
Thank you. Dawn Wilkerson is next. Nate Wilkerson is on deck.
Good evening. There is a lot of confusion regarding the new library book use form. Parents have never before have been asked whether or not to let their kids read library books. Our kids shouldn't have to opt into reading. All children should have access to books free of sexual material and pornography. The reason they have to opt in is because 4 of our 5 current school board members voted to return well over 100 of those books to the library shelves that contain sexually explicit and pornographic material. These books should have never been on the shelves in the first place because of their content, and they weren't properly vetted. My question to the 4 board members and the superintendent is, why did we have to return these books to the shelves? Why? If you would have kept these books off the shelves, then there wouldn't be a need for the parental permission slip. And then all children would have access to books in our libraries. This wouldn't be an issue. This form to me is very ridiculous, and it's created a lot of chaos for parents, for teachers, and for our students. Exposing our children to books containing graphic sexual descriptions like oral sex, anal sex, rape, incest, porn, foul language, it doesn't prepare them to be successful adults. How does this help our children? How does it benefit their academics and their success? Unfortunately, I have heard and seen parents and teachers talking about Moms for Liberty and blaming them for this. They thankfully brought to light that these illegal and inappropriate books were in our schools in the first place. The 4 board members and our superintendent are in fact the ones to blame for all of this. Parents and teachers, I would suggest you contacting them to remove the books and then remove the unnecessary form so that all children can have access to all books. It's kind of crazy that this is in our school and I can't read from this book, but our children can read from it. This book is called Crank. It has 107 F words in it. It talks about rape. It talks about heavy drug use. There's 46 sex scenes in this book. Talks about strip clubs, men reviewing women's bodies and what they're wearing. How is this beneficial for our children? How does this promote academic success? These books are in our libraries. Kids have access to this one. They don't even need to fill out the porn permission slip for this. This is ridiculous. These books need to come out so that our kids can have access to reading materials. Thank you.
Okay. Nate Wilkerson is our last speaker.
Thank you. An inherent task in your chair is to protect all kids in our school system. Obviously, we've been talking about it a lot tonight, but these books have been brought to your attention. You weren't aware of their existence before, but now you are. And as has been said, the decision was to put many of them, the lion's share, back on the shelves, and a permission slip was created for parents to sign for kids to even have access to the library at all. That permission slip is an admission by the board that these are inappropriate, that they shouldn't be there, that they require a permission slip like a field trip or something. This is the library. These are kids. On what planet is it unacceptable to read these books in a business meeting, but perfectly acceptable for our kids to have access to them in the library? We're talking about threesomes and orgies and blowjobs and deplorable, awful things that our kids should not have access to. And yet we put many of them back on the shelves. I'm asking, remove the explicit material, get rid of these books out of school libraries where children have access. Get rid of this permission form. Let kids have access to the library. Let them read, let them grow, let them, not in their understanding of sexual acts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Moore, do you want to speak?
Well, absolutely, Madam Chair. Just a few comments just in response to our public comments. Some of these items are going to be addressed in discussion, so I won't go into great detail. But to our employees, both unions that were represented today, cannot value or appreciate the work that's being done on a daily basis. And the reality is the work that you do is God's work. And you give more to our children in a lot of cases than you do to your families. So what you do on a daily basis is not easy. In the world in which we do this job, it's a special time in which to do this job. And we absolutely solely support and value the work that you do. And we look at whether it be class size or expectations at school sites or new contracts or continued compensation. Those are the conversations that we need to engage in, that we need to ensure that we're on the same page to support one another in doing this work. It's not easy. These are not difficult times. The level of funding that's provided to run a school system is grossly underfunded. And what we do to provide compensation is absolutely, to be very honest, we go above and beyond in trying to figure out a way to get this done for our employees. And I think everything that we've done, as frustrating as it may be, because teachers feel as if they're being pulled from all sides and all directions, we lead by supporting our teachers, supporting our employees, and understanding the complexity of the world in which they do their jobs. And we will continue to do that work, continue to engage in that conversation. We have our teachers back. We have our employees back. We know the times are hard. We know it is difficult, but we're never going to shy away from being in support of those who really stand in front of our children on a daily basis. You look at the stadium, and I think there is an obvious concern. Not being able to play a football game at the Citrus Bowl for Vero Beach Senior High School is absolutely absurd. And we are looking at that field and some of the surrounding structures, as well as opportunities to be innovative to immediately address that concern. It is not a possibility to continue to move around or bounce around where our Fighting Indians play football. They need to be in the Citrus Bowl, both with, yes, a short-term solution as well as a long-term solution to ensure that that stadium is representative of the quality that is on that field, which are our students, which are our coaches, really to ensure we have that. And that's not a problem that was created overnight. That's a problem that's been created over the last 15, 20 years in terms of the lack of a plan in terms of updating the field, continuous quick fixes for the last 10 years on the field versus really taking the time to maintain it and create a field that is reflective of the quality of the students that are on the field. So there's a opportunity to right what has been a years and years and years of wrongs. Looking at classroom libraries, and I know, Doc Jones, you have that on the item, so we'll talk about it at a little bit later, but let me be clear. This school district, this administration, our principals only want to inform our teachers what is the shifts or change in state law as it relates to libraries or classroom libraries. Using a library in a classroom is a great strategy used the right way. And by no means is it the intent not to use that strategy. We want to problem solve, we want to support. I think our teachers know we want to have your back. We want to support you, and we want you to fully understand what is the expectation set forth by our state, and how do we work together in order to ensure that's happening. The form simply created in order to inform our teachers to ensure they have an understanding. And a lot of times you could read that form, you know those books, and you can be done with that review in 10 or 5 minutes, but we want to continue to ensure that we are, in fact, using classroom libraries. Now, if a teacher makes the decision, because that's the decision they make, we'll support that as well. But at the end of the day, this school system does not want to support walking away or removing a classroom library for fear for any reason. So that's a continued opportunity to continue to support. And the rest I think I'll address later on.
Well, the library book use form?
Library, as I have told board members, we have diligently for the last 7 weeks tried to get parents to fill out that form and have not been very successful in getting parents to complete that form. So what we did is push out information a number of times to parents who were yet to fill out the form. The last time we sent out the form, we asked parents to fill out the form if they so choose to, and if they choose to, we will honor whatever that request was. The intent was solely to honor the will of parents. That was the intent. Not to provide permission because of the spooky books that are in the library, absolutely not the case, but to ensure we had voice from parents. Unfortunately, the response was not overwhelming. So parents now can fill out the form at any point that they want, but my fear was that parents who did not complete the form because whether they were disengaged or not involved, we were denying access to a child to check out a book. That's not the intent of that. So therefore, we're allowing students who do not have a form on file to check out a book, while at the same time allowing a parent any opportunity to check out a book. The 917 Society donation, which is standing in front of us now, there are still policies to review. And at the end of the day, I'm going to honor and respect a public school system that allows each and every single child to walk in, feel comfortable, and feel safe. What this system does as it relates to the Constitution is a model for the entire district to follow. I would put our students up against any other students in regard to what we do in terms of teaching and their depth and their understanding. But we do have to follow policy. We do have a system in place for donations, which is under review, and we need to ensure that the documentation does not have a political side, one side or the other. And that is the review in which we're under. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, okay. I have a few things. I think I'll begin where the superintendent ended. Dr. Moore, what policy are you referring to that's currently under review with regard to donations? Because I'm unaware of that. I guess Ms. Shattuck is looking that up.
Through the chair, 9700, which is relations with special interest groups. That is the policy that we're looking at, or I asked staff to look at and provide feedback.
We're going to talk about, I have a comment and some question about the library books that you just mentioned, Dr. Moore, but I guess we'll discuss it during Dr. Jones's discussion session. A question for Mrs. Parentella, if she's still here. What rule, can you recite that rule? Is this a new rule that you're saying just came out today? Is that what I understood?
Proposed rule was released today, 6A-7.0713.
And that came from where, I'm sorry? The DOE?
At Florida Education.
Thank you, because I haven't received that, so I'm going to look it up, so I appreciate that. Mrs. Julia White mentioned something about someone here changing a school bus policy. We don't change charter school policies. Charter buses, not charter schools. Okay, correct. Okay, correction, good. And I have a question for Mrs. Molly. Shattuck. I've often heard you say that federal law trumps state law, and obviously state law trumps local policy, and both of those, if we had a local policy that violated federal law or state law, we would have to change it. But that is the same thing, the same case for the United States Constitution. It's also the same for someone's First Amendment right. Someone's First Amendment right is their right. It's not a privilege. That trumps our policy. So citizens have a right to speak at a publicly noticed meeting. There are many court cases that have recently been upheld with the decision, and of course I kind of looked through it. This is not, because I haven't actually done all the research, but as I'm pulling up articles, I'd like if you can, Ms. Shattuck, to please provide for the board some legal opinion and advice on First Amendment rights and school board meetings, specifically regarding the Sunshine Law and how Florida Attorney General advises to allow citizens to have their First Amendment right to be able to say anything that they want from the podium. Now, clearly, I know you can't walk into a crowded room and yell fire or, or bomb, anything like that. But there is a certain, and I know that different courts can rule differently, but if you can, it doesn't have to be now, but if you can please provide that for us, because we're walking a fine line when we tell citizens that they can't speak anything when they have a First Amendment right to say anything, specifically with regard to public notice or public knowledge and learning or public information, and at a public meeting.
Excuse me. Would you like me to address that now? Chairwoman?
Are you able, it's my question.
Yes,
So
okay.
it's not, if you have a question, if you have an answer now, but I still would like something in writing as a follow-up, please.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you. Through the chair, I can address that now. Your policy is 0169.1, public participation at board meetings. And the law, which is in the policy at the end where it talks about the laws implemented, is Florida Statute 286.011 and 286.0114. In your policy, it specifically says that the presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when it is lengthy, abusive, or obscene. They can also request an individual to leave when the conduct disrupts the meeting. They can request the assistance of law enforcement officers to remove someone disorderly, and they can call for recess or adjournment when there's a lack of public decorum. So what I was specifically referring to is that it's clear through the statute and also interpretations in the Attorney General opinions that the chairwoman, or man, as it may be, may uphold public decorum at board business meetings, that they are for the purpose of board business, and that while the public may speak at them, they are expected to keep a public business decorum. And that, abusive language, swear words, things like that will not be tolerated. So that's why those types of things are not, would be not allowed at board meetings despite a First Amendment right to free speech. Although there's a First Amendment right to free speech, it's not total. There are many areas in law where there are other concerns that somehow put limits on it, and so that's the interpretation That's in statute, that's in the law, that's in Attorney General opinions, that has been upheld in court cases, and I'd be happy to provide more written information on that for everyone, but I thought I'd just explain it here too, so the public can hear
Yeah, I
it.
would love for that in writing, please, because what's interesting to me is that there is emphasis on proper decorum at a board meeting, but there isn't emphasis on proper decorum with regard to the content of the information that children have access to. That's pretty disgusting to me. But yeah, I'd love to have that in writing if you can. I appreciate that. I also want to address something that Ms. Barenborg, you keep bringing up, which is the FCC regulation. FCC regulations. We also need, Ms. Shattuck, if you can give us some information on that, whether we are or are not, what the FCC, what Mrs. Barenborg mentioned at a previous workshop and then tonight with regard to being monitored by FCC. What I received as information is that we own, let me see if I can pull it up. The school district owns and manages the education channel. That's the only outlet that I'm thinking about. I don't know if Mrs. Barenborg, you can talk to it yourself, was referring to with the FCC. But we own it. It's not managed by anybody else. We own it, we manage it. The content on that channel is produced by the School District of Indian River, County, by specifically our communications department. There are currently no outside programs or internet access or any other content or commercials that are on that channel. No paid commercials are run there. Nothing else is allowed on that channel. So I'm not so sure how that could be regulated by FCC, or I'm not sure, right? So I did a little bit of research on that. I know that the communications department provided a link to a website for that information with regard to public education and government access channels. But I need some more information from that, and I'd like a legal opinion on that as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Is that it, Ms. Sorry?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. I appreciate you coming out. We are going to be talking about classroom libraries a little bit later. Thank you for all the input. I had on the agenda to pull, if we had capital outlay, but we pulled it, to talk about the field. I've been in constant communication with Coach Jay, Mr. Seymour, and Mr. Bass, taking a look at this for over a year. I was on the FHSAA Associate Executive Director, and I was the one going out there to choose fields for competition for 5 years. And I happened to be at the regional playoff game a couple of years ago, and I happened to be the first one Coach Jay saw. That was not good. And we almost lost having that game on that field that night. So I know Dr. Moore and Mr. Bass have been working on this. I know Nick Westenberg has been working on this, and we know it's not quick enough. We know we had some in the capital outlay that is for next year and what it's going to look like, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I know the intent here, and we have been communicating that with Coach Jay. As far as the CWA, we're listening. I heard the other day on a news broadcast that this is one of the most expensive states to live in right now with rent, groceries, everything. And it's very, very challenging for families, and we're listening. And when Ms. Freeland spoke regarding our teachers, Dr. Moore, I've talked to you about class size. And we have some of that example here with our core, and I know some of our electives are pretty high. And I understand that. I understand that as a principal. I understand that as far as FTE and support. I understand that about what our core classes are to be with the average. I understand all of that. But I think one of our parents hit this on the head when he said, we must create a sense of community. I looked on the website the other day. We're still a few thousand teachers short in the state. I know Ms. Freeland said 45 teachers left. I'm not exactly sure of that number, if that's still the same or we replace them. And we all know, every teacher will tell you, last year was the hardest year they've had since COVID. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot of accountability from the state. And I just do know that as a former principal and teacher in every other position you can think of, we must always have that sense of community and having our teachers and administrators back, which then help our parents and our students. So, you know, we'll talk about that again, but I have talked to Dr. Moore about some of these class sizes. And I've been in every school once, some of them twice already this year, and you can go into any classroom. They are not wasting a minute. They are engaging the students. They are teaching the standards and doing their best. You know, with the, going on a little bit, now with the state we have 3 testing, you know, right now. Instead of just the 1 test with FSA, now it's 3 times. We were testing students at the, you know, first couple of weeks in kindergarten. That's state mandated. We're doing our best to see what we can do, see where they are, and then we go forward. But I do know, and every principal will tell you, keep that sense of community with the district and the schools, and that's how we'll succeed. But we've got to make sure that we communicate that. That's all I have right now.
Dr. Schiff?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. For a small piece of good news, Mr. Gerke left, but I wanted to acknowledge how beautiful the Sebastian River yearbook was this year by Mr. Gerke and his student assistants, including Taylor Sturgeon, and I had hoped that he would stay long enough to hear that. In response to citizen input, I want to say a few things, and I'm not going to call out specific comments, but I'm going to give some broad reflections on some of what was said. To some of the things that were said about cost of living increases for CWA and teachers, I want to be clear, and this follows up on what Dr. Moore was saying. We are bound and limited by what the state provides us, unfortunately. The state has not given the district the equivalent of cost of living increases since about 2008. In fact, the amount we receive from the state has consistently decreased, which limits our ability in what we're able to provide. That's not an excuse, and it's not good enough, and I absolutely agree. How we manage that money takes many things into consideration. The money from Indian River County that goes up to the state and then what comes back is not reflective of the taxes we pay, but is rather distributed from property-rich districts to property-poor districts. So we actually lose out on some of that. Again, that doesn't excuse, and I agree with Dr. Moore, we need to do better. But I want to qualify that some of this is about advocacy at the state level as well as the local level. And to the degree that we're able to do that, please advocate with your legislatures, advocate with your governor, advocate with your representatives, because we need that support as well. Third, I want to be really clear that as I sit up here as a school board member, I am a very firm believer in the separation of church and state. We have an obligation in a public school system to provide an inclusive, secular, non-religious education to our students, and I support that, and I want to be clear about that. That's our job. Fourth, I also want to be clear that I 100% in the concept of inclusivity welcome our LGBTQIA+ students, and I would do nothing to exclude, harm, or minimize their role in this school district, and they deserve representation just as every other student does. Just as every student from every religion, every ethnicity, and every background deserves representation here, so do they. And I will stand firmly for that. Lastly, when it comes to books, which I was hoping to avoid talking about, when we talk about books and we talk about what's allowable and what's not allowable in this district, the problem is that when we start, where do we end? The problem is that if we say this book isn't acceptable or that book isn't acceptable, first off, most of those books are not being checked out and not being read. We documented that 6 ways from Tuesday in this district. It can be public records requested. But who gets to say, and at what point do we get to say what books are and aren't acceptable for all people in the district? Do we say that books about Judaism aren't acceptable if we're Christian? Do we say that books about Islam are not acceptable? Do we say that we cannot have books about Raphael's art because there's nudity in it? This is a trajectory that goes somewhere that I fear is very dangerous. And while we're talking now about a limit of roughly 150 books that some people object to, many parents in this district are not afraid of those books and have conversations with their students about them. And I want to be clear that it is our job up here to listen to all voices. And what you don't see is the emails that we get, is the phone calls that we have from parents with a broad diversity of views that want some books on the shelves that some parents may object to. So the point is, how do we balance that? And how do we balance that in a way that respects all rights for all parents and all students? That's it. Thank you. Mr. Barefoot.
That's a tough act to follow. Just a couple of comments. This issue around teachers' pay, this is not a unique discussion for Florida. It's not a unique discussion for Indian River County. One of my daughters happens to be a high school teacher in a suburb around the Boston area. I've got grandkids in the New York City public schools, and from my daughter-in-law in particular in New York, you hear these stories, and there isn't, there probably is, but I would suspect that this lack of proper funding, compensation for teachers, and you could say it about any essential workers. You could put police and fire and nurses and doctors, particularly family doctors as opposed to specialists. This country's got a challenge, and in many respects, the people, the professions that we depend on the most for health, safety, and educating our children are the ones that have the least amount of resources made available to them. And I don't know who said it, maybe it was you, Doc, that we can't do a whole lot about what's going on in the Boston public schools. We can't do a whole lot about what's going on in the New York City public schools, but we can sure as hell do a lot about what's going on in our schools. And somebody's got to get somebody's attention, because we're letting down a whole generation. I'm not going to be around, but these kids, your kids, are being shortchanged by any standard. And the reason they're being shortchanged is there's just not enough teachers to go around. And it contributes to all the fighting and all the dysfunction that takes place in some of the schools that I know upset many of you. Ms. Pippin, you send out some videos of the fights. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons for this, but we have to address this, this issue of how teachers are compensated. And we have to improve the working environment, because part of it's not just pay. It's the environment that many teachers just don't want to be part of anymore. It's across the board. And it's easy to sit here and point out the problem. We got to find some solutions. And we have budget limitations. I understand that, but this has got to be front and center as far as I'm concerned. Otherwise, 5 years from now, we're going to look back at our kids that are now in elementary school and we'll say, what the hell happened? What happened to these kids? They're not prepared to enter society. We got enough challenges with technologies. Kids live on these stupid phones, and they can't even communicate with one another. You go to a restaurant, and you watch young adults. They go out on a date. I don't know who they're dating, their phones. I mean, they sit there and look at their phones. They don't talk to one another. I mean, it's unbelievable. So we got a real problem in society, and it's incumbent of all of us to do whatever we can and put our heads together. You know, this may not be exactly right. I wrote this down. I read this the other day. And there's different points of view, whether it's books or several other things, I'm sure. But it's when you listen to one another, anything's possible. When you don't listen, then you don't hear. And when you don't hear, the possible becomes impossible. And that's sort of where we are right now. You know, everybody's, you know, it's like a football game. Those of you who follow sports, football is typically played between the 30-yard lines, maybe the 35. Sometimes you're on this side of midfield. Sometimes you're on that side. Now the game's played inside the 10-yard lines. The game of politics. And politics has poisoned our educational system. And to a point, this Constitution book, on the top it says the 917 Society. I have no problem with the 917 Society. Next week, the ACLU will put a book in front of us with the Constitution, and their name will be on top of it. Is that going to be okay for everybody? The fact of the matter is the 917 Society's got a political agenda. I don't have a problem with their political agenda. I probably wouldn't have a problem with the ACLU because I don't pay attention to it. But the fact of the matter is there's a political agenda inside these books. Why does it have to have the 917 Society? Why isn't it just neutral? Why isn't it just a book, the Constitution? I mean, it's pretty simple. But everybody today, there's an angle. Go on the 917 Society website and tell me it's educational. The fact of the matter is it's political. And I don't have a problem with their politics, but it's wrong to put it in education. So that's enough for me. But the one other thing I would say, this issue with the fields, and I guess we're going to talk about this field. I'm more than willing to work with Mr. Seymour and whatever, Mr. Bass. I've raised a lot of money for fields. And, you know, some of you know I'm involved in trying to raise money for the Vero Beach community. But here, right next door, imagine this. If we're successful of raising the $6 to $7 million over the next couple of years for the property that Joe Graves gave the district, for the Jimmy Graves Stadium and the inclusive playground and the innovation center and whatever else is there, how in the hell next door can we have a field that's in the condition that this is in? It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment for the community. And we've got to, it's not just lobbying Tallahassee to get more money. We've got to engage, where's Angela? We've got to engage the private sector, and they've got to help us fix this problem, because it ain't going to get fixed by the politicians. There is not enough money to fund all the special interest groups that sit out. Everybody's got their hand out. Everybody's on the dole. We're going to have to figure this out on our own. And whether it's the Educational Foundation has a role to play, you know, but I'm more than happy to work with Dr. Moore, with anybody here. And I can put together a group of individuals that will address this issue to some degree. But we need a plan. I'd like to have some idea what's going to cost, and I know this is your...
Yeah, we're going to talk about it during discussion.
So it's just not acceptable. That's enough for me for the moment.
Okay, I know we're going to talk about it, so I won't belabor that point. I agree with you. When you go to give us the opinions, Ms. Shattuck, could you also include what you instructed me several weeks ago, months ago, about FCC regulations is live broadcast? Okay? Thank you. Also, one thing that wasn't mentioned, I know you talked about teacher pay. Employee pay is what we heard about. That's a big difference, and a big difference in the amount. Yeah, so, yeah, we definitely need to address, you know, cost of living and what it costs to live in this town. So we appreciate all of your comments. Thank you for coming forward and being very honest with your feelings, and we appreciate that. At this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
So moved.
Second.
Who wants it?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes 5-0. All right. Nothing was pulled from consent to action, so we're moving on. Action agenda, there is nothing at this time, unless you changed it and I didn't know.
Nothing changed.
Okay. So superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will give a very brief update because we are under a tropical storm warning. So we will meet with the emergency management team tomorrow around 11 o'clock in order to make a decision regarding the remainder of the week. So as you know, if shelters are opened, schools are shelters. So there are 3 shelters that would be considered, which would be a special needs shelter, a regular shelter, as well as a pet-friendly shelter. Those would be 3 of our schools. So we'll be working with emergency management tomorrow to make a decision. Our goal is to notify our community of what our expectations are moving forward for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. A lot of unknowns. The pace of the storm, how quick it's moving. Seems to be coming back towards us a little bit. Each update kind of pushes it back towards us a little bit. So we want to afford our faculty, our staff, our families enough time to prepare if that need be the case, while at the same time making sure that we keep our schools open, because at the end of the day, teaching learning is our primary responsibility. But when it comes to a storm, we shift from schools to shelters. It is our principals who run those shelters, by the way. It is not anybody else. So the job that they will do over the course, they will work around the clock in shifts to keep those shelters open, kind of serving as the principals for those shelters. So pay attention to our social media. That information will continue to be posted as soon as it is available. We're hoping to have information out to our community no later than 1 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we're moving into discussion. We had one item that was on the agenda. We have 3 more items added. Okay, Mrs. Rosario, you brought up, I'll go with the one that was first printed, so that is board discussion on school board attorney evaluation with documents.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Board members, you received an extensive amount of documents on board docs. The purpose of this discussion is really a follow-up from one that has been attempted in the past 3 times since I've been board member. Many of the documents actually came from Dr. Schiff in, I think it was in October or November of possibly 2019, somewhere around there, that timeline. Either way, then coming shortly after the pandemic and schools closed, we had it on the agenda moving into the summer period time, just to give new board members a little bit of timeline. And then the pandemic hit, and it was put on hold. It wasn't as important as dealing with shutting down the schools and all that other stuff. And so then it was put on the agenda again on November 29th of 2021, with which time Mrs. Diagresta at that time then submitted her letter of resignation. So it just we haven't had a chance to talk about it. Now I'd like to bring it forward again so that we can have a good discussion, if not right this second. Once I go through what I will share with you very briefly, I will ask you a few things, of course, based on our discussion. Number one, do we want to set up a special session or a special meeting to talk a little bit about this and only this? And we have plenty of time in October to do that if the board pleases. The other thing is, depending on whatever you suggest, holding off on it, which I hope we don't, because usually when we talk about things, it takes a little bit longer than usual. But at either rate, what I put before you were some documents that I think might be necessary for your review, and hopefully you've read many of it before. This discussion about the school board attorney's evaluation process, school board members only have 2 employees. We have the superintendent, which we hire, and then we have the school board attorney. Both of which are our responsibility to evaluate. As you all know, you have hired employees, you're responsible for evaluating them. The superintendent was recently evaluated, his annual evaluation. I believe I was the only school board member who submitted a formal written evaluation.
Not true.
No?
No.
Well, okay, I apologize. What I received was that answer, that he did not receive any formal. But that's a different discussion, so we'll bring it up later. So I'm glad to hear that. I have not received, though I've requested when those came in to please send them to me, and I have not received them.
You have not?
May I receive them?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, you can receive.
Okay.
All board members, please.
All
board.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And so likewise would be the school board attorney. So Ms. Shattuck's position is slightly different than an in-house full-time attorney. She is contracted, her and her firm are contracted with the school district, but nonetheless, even contracted attorneys can have an evaluation, it can look very, very differently. So that's what I provided for you all, are a variation of different evaluation tools that are used by different counties. There are two that stand out to me personally the most, because it seems like it would align, at least format-wise, with our district, and could align if we were to look at the format with our strategic plan, or just the role of the school board attorney in general. Doesn't have to be our strategic plan. But anyway, the ones that I appreciate are Lee County. Just to give you some perspective there, Lee County has a school board form that has a scale, and it's highly effective, needs improvement, unsatisfactory, and then there are rubrics that go along with it. What I like about the rubrics is that it removes the personality, it removes the person, obviously, and it just focuses on the work and the responsibilities that are expected. The next one that I appreciate is Brevard Counties.
Are these part of the document?
They're all part of your documents.
I didn't see those earlier.
They're there. School Board, Brevard County, they have a general council evaluation one. That also is based on an evaluating rating scale, highly effective, needs improvement, unsatisfactory. There's different parts there. Part one addresses communication. The general counsel is an integral member of the district's legal team who must utilize effective and timely communication skills. The next part addresses legal knowledge services. The general counsel is responsible for assisting board members and superintendent in the legal performance of their duties. The next part is organization and management. The general counsel will manage the oversight of in-house and outside litigation, taking responsibility for legal budget. And part four, professionalism. General counsel will demonstrate diligence, competence, and professionalism in their role as advocate for and counselor for the school board. There's also a part five, which you can read yourself, and then a final summary sheet. So the other ones are in your packet, as you can see it, Polk County, Manatee. What I will share is that there is a document in there that I don't know if Mrs. Barenborg and Dr. Schiff remember. When Judy Stang was here, Judy Stang was the executive assistant before Nancy Esplin. In prior years, she did some research on this area as well, and I believe back then the school board was discussing creating a evaluation tool for the school board attorney at the time. So that's also a part of your packet. It is a lot for you to review, but I think it's very important. Whether the school board decides to start having discussions about that now, or to have discussions about it and make a decision now, is important, because Mrs. Shattuck's contract is up is up on November 29th, right? November 29th. It is an annual contract. If nothing is done, then obviously it just gets automatically renewed. If not, at the very least, we can have discussion about our expectations, and then moving forward, create a tool for evaluation. But that's why I'm bringing it to you all now. So I'll just end my discussion here, or my introduction of this. This isn't anything new. I think at some point, at least with previous board members, we've had this discussion. I don't believe that Dr. Jones and Mr. Barefoot, you've been a part of it. It's just smart for one to be able to have a tool to address the work that is expected of an employee. And so I'll leave it at that here. Thank you.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Board members.
Yeah.
Dr. Schiff.
I actually don't disagree with you, Mrs. Rosario, that this is an issue that's come up a bunch of times and is something we need to put into a more formal structure. What I'm not clear about is exactly what you're asking for here. Are you asking for a discussion of how we move forward? Are you asking for us to do a review? Are you asking for a timeline by which we'll do the review, given that the 1 year is almost up? Or are you asking for us to do formal evaluations? First off, that's the part I'm not clear about. As to internal and external, we had that conversation a year ago when we decided to continue with an external counsel. Mr. Fagan did a tremendous amount of research and provided us with documentation, so I don't think we need to go back over internal or external. We did that. But to the question of whether or not there should be a review process, when that should happen and whether it should happen with this board and whether it should happen prior to the end of that year or after that year is complete, I can see where we should make a decision about that, but I'm not clear from everything that you provided and everything you've just said exactly what it is you're asking for.
Actually, just your feedback right there gave some clear indication. Sorry, may I? Just your feedback right there just gave some clear indication that at least you're in favor of having the discussion. I think I don't want to, I don't have a clear, I want to hear from board members. If you think that there should be a formal evaluation tool, which I hear that's what you're saying, that's important. That's good. That can guide us, depending on what everybody else feels, to end the discussion to then say, okay, why don't we have a special session so we can continue having this discussion and create the final evaluation tool?
What I think, and I'll just say one word and I'll give it to other board members. The issue becomes, this board has now had the benefit of Ms. Shattuck's counsel for a year now. A new board coming in, on which I will not sit, and we don't yet know if you will sit, will not have that same experience, and it will be another year until I believe they are capable of evaluating and making that decision. So that may be something for us to discuss, or it may be appropriate to defer that for a year until a new board is seated. The new board obviously will be seated in less than a year, but until they have the experience to be able to make that evaluation and determination will take some time. So
Exactly. That's why I'm bringing it up now.
Who else? Mr. Barefoot?
Well, I think it makes sense to have some sort of a structure, much like we do for the superintendent, for any employee. Personally, I hate to have personnel discussions in the public. I think it's bad for us, and it's particularly difficult for the person that you're evaluating. So for my own purpose, I'm probably not going to say much. If we have to talk in the public, I'm more than happy to sit down with Ms. Shattuck, and I would encourage all of you, one-on-one, and then you will come up with some form, and you can check the box. But I think that nobody's ever entirely honest. You love to throw kudos at someone in public if there's some things that we could all do better. Those messages are better delivered one-on-one. I'm not going to sit up here and have a negative thing to say about Dr. Moore, Ms. Shattuck, or anybody else. I will deal, if I have those feelings, I'll do it privately one-on-one. But I do think that there's a place for, call it a form if you want. We've got, the superintendent, 1 through 4, there's a very specific definition of someone who, meet expectations, far exceed, met most, or did a lousy job. I mean, I think there's a lot of, if you've been in the personnel business, we could get Ms. Olk and Mr. Bash, you could, probably pull some stuff up besides the thing that you did, but I'm all in favor of that. But I would encourage all of us individually to get some time so that you're not put in a position that's unfair to any of us, and it's certainly unfair to Ms. Shattuck. It's just not the way to run a railroad, in my opinion.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
I'm in favor of an evaluation tool, and I think anyone who's done any evaluation, you look at it as, where your concerns are, what you're doing well, and where there could be growth. Just like we do with Dr. Moore, and have those one-on-ones, and those are always a long discussion. Anything I put in that information, and obviously it's public record, I understand that. is something that I have researched and taken a lot of time to do. But, you know, I certainly wouldn't sit in front of my high school staff and evaluate a teacher in front of anybody else. So I think the tool is good. I liked Brevard a lot. And I think that doing that is good because then Ms. Shattuck would know, you know, if we have any questions, if we have any concerns, and anyone who's being evaluated, I mean, when I was being evaluated, where can I grow? What can I do better? That's always a good thing. And then working with that with Dr. Moore, and because Ms. Shattuck is one part of the team. And I've dealt with 2 other attorneys from that team, Sniffen and Spellman, and I'm very, very comfortable with them and getting the questions. When I ask them, they respond to me, and very comfortable when they give me information on public records or anything like that. So I think any evaluation tool is good because we can never become complacent and we always want to grow. So that would be one-on-one as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Okay, I agree with you, Ms. Rosario, that we should do an evaluation tool. Just a reminder, though, I believe our agreement is with the firm, not the attorney herself. So if we were to evaluate, just like we would evaluate any project that we have an agreement with, we evaluate the firm or the construction company or whatever to see if that job was well done. Because we don't have an in-house attorney, we have an agreement with a firm. I believe we should look at doing a tool for evaluation, absolutely, but we need to do it with the agreement that we have. That being said, you know, always praise in public, punish in private. So I agree with you all that if we have a concern with our actual attorney, we need to have those conversations privately with the attorney, just like we do with you, Dr. Moore. And, you know, I don't think everybody needs to be in that room when we're having that conversation about his evaluation. He deserves to hear that just from me, one-on-one, just like you. But it is public record, so whatever we type on the paper is what everyone can see. Maybe not all the words that were said in the room, but definitely what's on the paper. I agree with that. That's why when we had brought this up years ago, and then, of course, having COVID and all that happened, it was actually one of the items when I became chair to say to him, here are some bullet points that we need to do because you weren't part of the team when we talked about evaluating the attorney. He wasn't, and neither were you guys. So I did bring this up to him as one of the items that we need to address at some point this year. I think we put it on for November or December, and then when you brought this up tonight, I thought, well, here we are, because I definitely had talked about doing it in November, December, after the year that we had the attorney in place. But understanding that we are in an election year, and we will definitely have at least one new board member, that was part of the reason why I thought wait until November, December to start this deep conversation, because I started to open these and I said 25 documents on Friday night as I'm on my way to the football game. And
I read them while I was there.
That would have
I
been-
know.
Okay.
I know. That's why I asked about the one, because I missed one of them. And I started to realize, oh my gosh, some of these are several pages long. You know, I want to do a good job with this. I don't want to just, you know, it's a term, nice term for it. Just do it quickly. So I agree that we need to really do our research and find the good tools that are out there. And I know reaching out to FSBA, a lot of times when I ask about things from other districts, I can get those items, and I don't know if you did that, but that's a good thing to do. So I appreciate that. I agree, we need to do this. I think we'd already talked about putting on the agenda for November or December. Okay?
Yes. Can I think we're collapsing 2 conversations here. We're collapsing a conversation about the process of evaluation and the evaluation itself.
Right. You're right.
The distinction that's important there about time is because it's an election year. So if we're talking about simply putting a process in place, that's fine. You know, people are adept at, who's ever here is adept at that. But the capacity to evaluate a new board may not have for some time. And so I think we need to make clear what we're talking about. I completely agree with Mr. Barefoot and Mrs. Barenborg about what conversations we have publicly and what we have one-on-one. I think that's an important distinction. But I'm still not clear if we're talking here about a process to determine an evaluation that will occur sometime in the future, and if it happens immediately following the first year of working with the new firm, if there are at least one and possibly two new board members, they simply won't have the experience to evaluate that. So I think that's something as a board we need to sort out, and if that's going to happen sooner rather than later, then it has to happen soon.
I'm gonna piggyback on that just a sec. The other thing that I thought of is when you are first interviewed and then accepted to a new role, you usually have access to the evaluation and the objectives that you will have to adhere to. And so I think, you know, it's kind of like building the plane in the air. You know, it's not fair to somebody to evaluate them as they're moving along. So I think you're right, we need to determine what we're going to do and the timeline to do it, and then what is the evaluation process. So you're right, there are two different things there.
Well, because if the determination is that an evaluation process should occur with this board that has the experience, I'm not sure when our next workshop is, and if that's before the...
Is it 10th?
It's on the...
It's the 10th. And then there's yet another board meeting after that, where there's a determination that can be made at that meeting about having something complete by the end of October or the middle of November, if that's what the board decides to do. But we have to make a decision about that. And were it not an election year, it would matter less, but it is, so.
Mr. Rosario?
Yeah, I'm not so worried about the election personally year. I'm more concerned with the process and the tool that we would use, for now anyway. But I do appreciate considering the election. What you mentioned is, it is something to take into consideration because a new board coming on would not have the experience that we have had. But even time-wise, November 29th.
November 29th, you mean
No, we're not
October?
even here. Sorry, hold on.
October 29th is my last
November
business meeting.
22nd is the annual leasing meeting and our last business meeting in November. And then that's it.
But that's with a new board.
So- I know, so bear with me here, I know. And then the date of which, for which this, you know, the renewal of the annual contract is November 29th. So there really isn't much time. My point is that there isn't much time in the scheduling. If we were to consider reviewing, if we were to consider creating an instrument, now have conversations privately based on that instrument, just like with Dr. Moore, I'm letting you know that I'm willing. Dr. Moore has more than graciously agreed to add this continued conversation where we can actually come better prepared to create a tool on October 10th. Is that right, Dr. Moore? You said earlier that you can add this to the workshop.
Through the chair, the agenda for the superintendent items is very brief, so I think you all would have substantial time to have this conversation as well as others.
Would it be appropriate to ask also if Dr. Jacobs could also, you know, facilitate the way that she did with our protocols, kind of, you know, guide us through that so it's a little bit, you know, coherent? We have one person.
That's for additional compensation to do that, but no, I'm kidding.
I mean,
And
we
she
could do it
deserved it.
ourselves, but we'll go around in circles, you know.
No, I think that would be fine.
Oh, so if board members, you're okay, at least we can, you know, pick a date, October 10th, and come ready to prepare what kind of evaluation tool, I suppose you're interested in, maybe what are your points of evaluation, what would you want to look for, talk about? I know for me, for example, it would be obviously knowledge of the law, whatever that would be, based on the experience and the work, but also on knowledge of our own policies. You just look at all of these guides, and you'll be able to kind of identify and come ready to talk about it on the 10th. And then we can move forward from there. If we don't, for some reason, have a proper timeline to get everything done before November 29th, then the new board would have to take it over. I mean, it is what it is in terms of that. We are not negatively talking about someone's evaluation now.
Okay.
Or positive.
Mr. Barefoot?
I think we've beaten this dead horse. The 10th, we can try and work and come up with a format. I also remind folks, and perhaps I'm wrong, that this contract with the law firm is cancelable on whatever the 30 days notice. So there's not, this 1 year, November 29th, as far as I'm concerned, is irrelevant. We should do the evaluation when it's appropriate to do so, when, in fairness to that firm, and if we have different board members, so be it. That will be reflected in the evaluation, but it doesn't need to be done based on the 1 year, because it can be canceled at any point in time.
Yeah, I don't it was a 1 year, I believe, and then a 30 days. I don't remember, you may be right, whether the 30 days was within the first year. I honestly don't remember that.
You have the contract there.
Yeah, but
But
we're
that's
in the middle
right.
of a meeting, I'm not going to repeat
But
the
I
contract
think,
right now.
frankly, think we beat this thing to death. We should move on. I think everybody gets the message. We're all in favor of
Yeah, tool,
developing a form, a tool to evaluate
though-
and
Yeah, and I just say this from personal experience. Knowing the role of legal counsel to the board takes some time. Knowing how to use it, knowing how to take advantage of it, knowing how to work with it is not something you learn in a month or two.
Correct.
And knowing what is the responsibility. So to that end, I do think the year is significant. Because of an election year, I don't think new board members will necessarily know that in a month or two. That said, you're right, we've beaten it to death, we've got the point. Yeah.
So I would
Next
like to
time.
say, how about on the October 10th workshop?
That's fine.
We work on at least putting out either the timeline or the way we want to put this tool. I don't think in a workshop in just a couple hours, we're going to all agree to a specific tool. Especially when we have all this to read before then and decide, what we want to look at. I think maybe the timeline would be a good thing to start with, and how the tool is going to look as far as evaluating. I think I just heard you say about knowing the law, knowing that. Are you referring to our board attorney, or you're referring to the firm?
It would be both, because they each have individual.
Okay, so I think what we need to do is then discuss how we're going to do that. Are we going to address the firm, the attorney, or both? So maybe we do it that way, is we try to figure out the timeline and then how we're going to address the evaluation. Start there, and then if people have ideas of, what that needs to look like, you've given us some, if other
Yeah.
people have others. I know I've talked to Andrea about it, FSBA, a while ago, so I'll need to bring that up again. But we need to live with a document that's comfortable for the board.
And we definitely need Dr. Jacobs,
Okay,
just saying.
all right,
Next
so
topic.
October
and-
10th, we'll put that on there.
And I want to just conclude with this, if I may. As uncomfortable as some may feel about having these discussions in the public, that's our job. We can only discuss in the public. Having individual conversations with, I'm going to use Dr. Moore, of course, because I've already done it, individual conversations about his end-year evaluation, that's done in the private. There's a written documentation for it. But that wouldn't change with Ms. Shattuck or any other employee that we have. But it is unfortunate in some situations, but that's why we are elected officials, to have discussions in the public. We cannot, because of Sunshine, have it any other way.
We cannot have it collectively any other way. We are
Collectively.
legally fully permitted to have one-on-one conversations.
To have this conversation, we have to have it in the public.
To converse with, with one another, yes, we do. To have an individual conversation with Dr. Moore and Ms. Shattuck, we are legally entitled to do that anytime.
Correct,
so-
that's what I said.
So
We're
what,
agreeing.
we're going to end,
let's-
we're going to end this conversation with, on October 10th, we're going to make the determination how to move forward on that, okay? All right, second item, proclamations.
Yeah, I have not, okay, let me get out of here, and I'm hoping Dr. Moore and Ms. Shattuck, can help me with this. I've been looking for policies on proclamations. Do we have any policies on created proclamations and what its purpose is?
Through the chair, we can go back and look. Off the top of my head, I cannot think of one.
I have not been able to find anything. So, to my knowledge, a proclamation is a promise. It's a pledge that we are making for a particular purpose. Who monitors, and so this is part of the discussion, I really had some questions here. Who monitors proclamations? When a proclamation is created, for example, tonight we wrote one proclamation to honor, I forget the title of it, Disabilities Week. Who monitors this week next year that it will be Disabilities Week?
It's not what the proclamation said, I don't believe. Did it say it was ongoing, or did it say it was this year?
Some of them are different, that's my point.
Through the chair, I would say proclamations are honorary and identifying whether it's a event such as that. I don't think they're binding to say that we're going to do this on X date or whatever the thing would be. I mean, I have a proclamation in my office for Miami-Dade County Public Schools that one month is Dr. Moore Month. I don't know that that's something they're celebrating anymore.
So we had one.
I was just, they canceled it.
Exactly.
You were part of cancel culture.
No, no.
That's nice.
Go move on.
Well, we had one, I think, I can't even remember it specifically, but Ms. Berenborg may remember, I think it was honoring vaping month or no vaping month or something, right? It's an entire month to know, see, I'm getting shaking heads. So, like, who monitors that month? Like, this month, September is supposed to be, and I think it's actually September or October, is supposed to be vaping month, no vaping month or something like that.
So through the chair, it would depend on what that particular month is. So if it's vaping, that would be under the leadership of Ms. Dampierre. Well, not to pick on Pam, but also this proclamation is also assigned to Ms. Dampierre. If it was something around literacy, it would be Ms. Becerra. It just depends on the item itself. And as we do a proclamation, it is to bring a level of awareness to our community that this is something that's very important to us. So we want to acknowledge and celebrate it.
So I'm wondering the need, because I can't find a policy on it. So I'm wondering the need of creating a policy that says if a proclamation states that a particular month is going to be focused or, created to honor no vaping, for example, that we actually create the policy that says that that month is going to be no vaping for the entire district. Like, have activities, have push-outs, have, notices, have memos, have principals honor that in their schools for that particular purpose. The same thing happened with 9/11. Last year, we created the 9/11 proclamation, and it was not fully honored on 9/11. We did not honor Patriot Day on Patriot Day on that Friday. Obviously, Patriot Day fell on that Sunday, but the honorary day would have been the day prior, which would have been that Friday, and not every single school created activities to teach children about the events of 9/11. Our proclamation for 9/11 honoring Patriot Day says that we are going to teach our students age-appropriate, standards-driven lessons. It does not say that announcements are to replace standards-driven lessons, or that memorizing the preamble to the United States Constitution is going to be a substitute for a 9/11 related age-appropriate, standards-driven lesson. Those are two totally different things. And so we had a lot of schools in our district not honor this proclamation here. So of course it started to get me thinking, what's the purpose of the proclamation, which is why I'm having this discussion here. So maybe I think we need to, board members, what are your thoughts about that? Creating a policy that honors a particular event, if the proclamation is talking about a day or a week or a month, that we actually have it a district-wide thing.
Okay, I see hands raised. Mr. Barefoot.
I'm looking at the definition of a proclamation. It's official declaration issued by a person or persons of authority to make certain announcements known. Proclamations are issued by mayors and governors for historical, cultural, and civic celebrations or events, and may also recognize a special day, week, or month.
Right.
It's pretty simple. And it's at the discretion of that entity, whether it's the governor or the school board. It's, and proclamations are issued all the time for all sorts of different reasons, special events. 9/11 is recognized by about every school district, businesses, still to this day, even though it was on a weekend. I mean, I'm not sure what the point of the discussion is.
That's not what the proclamation for 9/11 is not what you're stating. I get the definition, we get that. That's not a topic of discussion. The proclamation for 9/11, for example, very clearly states that it is the proclamation of the School Board of Indian River County to honor September 11th as Patriot Day, will teach our students age-appropriate, standards-driven lessons regarding the events that occurred on September 11th, will hold a moment of silence at each time above when possible, and conduct Patriot Day activities. Those are three
All right,
specific
but you're reading the thing,
pledges.
that's fine. Are you disputing the content
No.
of the
No,
proclamation?
what I said was, not everyone in the school district honored this.
Well, it's not a legal document, it's a
That's why I'm
proclamation.
having the conversation, to create a policy so that this could be honored appropriately.
But who's going to decide?
Well, that it would have to be the superintendent and the board. If we created a proclamation, we decided that this is important enough to make sure that this is done in our district every year on September 11th. And then it's up to the superintendent to make it happen. Same thing with vaping. Vaping is a month. It's up to the superintendent to make it happen.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
Dr. Schiff.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Schiff.
Yeah, just a quick thing. When we review the proclamation for today, it was for the first 2 weeks of October 2022. Most of our proclamations are specific to the year or month in which we are specifically doing it. They're not ongoing policies. They are, as Mr. Barefoot and others have pointed out, predominantly symbolic to demonstrate we are putting attention on a particular thing. I think what you're asking for is something different. You want some curricular something around 9/11. That's a completely
No.
different thing than a proclamation. The
No, I'm not.
proclamation is for a specific amount of time to demonstrate our symbolic commitment to a particular issue that is of concern for us or that we want to demonstrate respect for.
No,
So I
that's
don't-
not what I'm saying.
So that not every school, well, first off, it was a Saturday. But first off, we don't know that. We don't know everything that every school did, because that's
Yes,
not
we do.
actually our job.
Yes, we do.
We know everything
were-
that every school did.
Yes, we do, because it was requested and it was sent out to, I think it was sent out to all board members.
All right,
every
then,
single
well,
one.
It's possible that I missed that. But
I have a copy if you'd like it.
yeah, I'm sure I have it. Yeah.
Here you go.
But I think we're also, we have to consider here the board's role and the superintendent's role, right? What is it that the superintendent is in charge of as the administrator of this district and as, with his staff, who oversees curriculum? I don't know, I don't think that
That's my
there's a
point, is
big
that
issue
it's
here.
not being honored. Not all proclamations are written this way, but some are.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
I think of all the proclamations I've been a part of for many years, they are recognizing, they are applauding, they are thanking. They're making a group of students or staff or faculty feel recognized for what they've done. And I think they're important, and I think we need to continue to do recognition. But I do not see it when I look at all of our policy areas, from bylaws to administration to instructional staff to students, finances, and so forth. You know, when you set a policy that's saying that it must be done, it must be done, it must be done, I think if we can encourage our schools to continue, especially with 9/11, you know, the importance there. But of all the many proclamations, and the one that Ms. Berenborg, you supported, and was very important with the vaping. You know, I look on our website, well, 3-4 times a week, and that is out there, what we're trying to do, what the schools are doing. So I see it as very important, but I do not think it fits in policy.
Okay. Couple things. I always wondered when I heard a proclamation at a government meeting, well, that's nice, but that's nice that they honored somebody that night, but how are they gonna go through with it? Yeah. So I understand that part, especially when you have them that are written specifically this way. However, this one says September 20th, 21.
Adopted on that day.
Right. So
But we will honor Patriot Day every year.
where does it say every year?
Now therefore be it proclaimed by the School Board of Indian River County that we honor September 11th as Patriot Day. We'll teach our students age-appropriate standards-driven lessons regarding the events that
Okay.
occurred.
I'm not disputing that we need to do that. I'm not. We need to. It's Patriot Day. It's a holiday that we have, not really a holiday, but it's a remembrance day of what happened that day. So we definitely need to do that. I agree with you that if we put something in a proclamation that specifically says in here, you know, about the lessons, the standards-driven lessons, et cetera, that it needs to be honored. Yeah, I got that. It needs to be honored. I agree with you. I think proclamations have been honorary in the past, so people think, okay, well, we did it this year, we're done. I think we need to be more specific to say, are we going to say that this happens every year on that day? If so, that's the way we need to write the proclamation. And if so, is that a policy now? Because policies,
That's why yeah.
right, policies are every year we do that or until we change a policy. Proclamations are usually honorary, but the way this one's written, I'll agree with you, it doesn't seem so honorary to me. Seems like, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. The question is whether or not we're doing this all the time or just that year, which was last year. We haven't talked about it this year. So perhaps this would be one to bring up again, is to how to move forward with, especially this day.
Yeah, so there is a public law, 107-89. It is a joint resolution with the 107th Congress. On December 18, 2001, they declared Patriot Day designation. September 11th is Patriot Day. The proclamation, it reads, the president is requested to issue each year a proclamation calling on state and local governments and the people of the United States to observe Patriot Day with appropriate programs and activities. All department, agencies, and instrumentalities of the United States and interested organizations, and it goes on and on and on, to the people of the United States to observe a moment of silence on Patriot Day in honor of the individuals who lost their lives as a result of the terrorist attack, and it goes on. There is also another presidential proclamation that was created September 10th, 2010. So one was 2001, and then in 2010, there was another presidential proclamation honoring Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance. So there's a lot to support it if we're going to specifically talk about 9/11, but the idea of proclamations in general, we do have some. I think that we should be honoring the month that we proclaimed would be no vaping month, and so shall the other proclamations that actually are specific to whatever that day or week or month is.
So I'd like to do a little research and find out
Yep.
how other governments
Would love-
handle their proclamations, because, you know, our county commission does it all the time, the city does it all the time. I think that perhaps specifically for this one that you brought forward, honoring Patriot Day, perhaps we need to put something, I'm not sure if it's in policy or if there's a standard that's already out there that we need to adhere to, but we need to maybe, if you say.
Codify it, yeah.
Yeah, and if it's a policy, within the policy, you could put, and make a proclamation in the policy. But a proclamation to me is not a policy.
No.
They're two different things.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Which is why I was wondering why we don't have a policy addressing proclamations that
Or
are,
specifically to this one. And again, I think we brought up that proclamations are mostly honorary. I think with this one in particular, it shouldn't be honorary. This should be part of what we do.
oh, without question.
Yeah. So I think that maybe looking at this one in honoring Patriot Day is something that we need to maybe either address by
Codify 'em,
policy
yeah.
or something else, whereas other ones can be honorary. Maybe within the policy, we say we have the proclamation read on this day, and then we do these following things. That way, it's part of the policy. I don't think we need to make every proclamation a policy, though.
No,
Because
no.
otherwise, we're just adding too much to the plate of the
Yes,
teachers.
I
again.
couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, so,
But then I think with that also calls for further discussion as to when proclamations are created. That would fall on the superintendent, I suppose. When proclamations are created, is it going to be created like a 911 where lessons are expected? Or we're honoring a week or a day or a month or not? If we're honoring a person, then it wouldn't need to be pushed out to the whole district every year this week or every year this day, or, does that make sense?
Through the chair, I'm crystal clear on what a proclamation is, and I'm crystal clear on what a policy is. And policy does not, or, I'm sorry, proclamations don't drive my work.
Right.
Policies drive my work. So if it's creating a policy to codify what is within a proclamation, I don't think any other district has that, but sure, we could do that. Proclamation is simply to acknowledge and celebrate and bring awareness to a specific initiative. And it is not to drive or define action. So, trust me, you'll never see a proclamation again that defines any kind of action, because we don't want to waste time with conversations like this. We want to be about the business of the board. And we could do a better job of defining what a proclamation is to kind of capture it around the celebratory awareness initiatives and not defining action.
I'm a little offended that you would call this a waste of time, because this is board work.
Okay. This is a
This
debate
is board
around
work.
a proclamation attempting to drive action. And this is simply not the intent of what a proclamation is.
But that's how this proclamation was written. So this proclamation was written to say that lessons would be created.
And lessons were embedded. I think you're going from information that was provided by the public information officer and not the assistant superintendent from curriculum and instruction regarding information that was embedded into pacing guides and opportunities for students to do that information.
Nothing
So-
else was provided as a follow-up, so there's nothing else to compare to.
Okay, but the reality is, on that day, both whether it was Friday or Monday, this system did an absolutely outstanding job of covering the importance of that specific day, reinforcing what happened on that day, and ensuring that every single child had a deep understanding of why we would never forget.
Yeah, I would disagree on that one.
Okay?
Ms. Berenberg, again, looking at policy and proclamation, we just have to be very careful on what proclamations, and we will decide that should be given out to the schools and work to be done.
Right.
I mean, we just have to be really careful on that. And understand what Ms. Rosario is talking about with 9/11. Obviously, as a high school principal, every year. I know I'm going back, but I remember my dad graduated from high school in 41, went to college, and then everything changed. And then I remember him talking about how people forget. And I understand that point. But we just have to be sure that, okay, we think very, very much so that 9/11 is very, very important. But then someone else will say, well, this is very important, this is very important. So we just have to be careful about anything with policy.
Absolutely.
That's all.
What about procedure? I mean, we don't have to.
9/11, is that what you're talking about?
No, just on proclamations in general. If a proclamation is addressing honoring a week or honoring a day or honoring a month, for whatever the purpose is, why not create a procedure tied to a policy, but create a procedure that says, this is what we're going to do to honor the proclamation that we've created to honor that day or week or month.
And I think I would prefer it to
Would be
be
different.
I would prefer it to be a policy, and you know how I feel about that. And I think that's what you're saying. If you had a policy that says, when you create a proclamation, it has A, B, C, D, or E, it's specific to that date or time, something like that, which gives a clear understanding on how to create proclamations. A proclamation for us is the best way to to bring folks here, to have the board celebrate them, to vote 5-0 around that specific item. But developing criteria on what is or is not a proclamation, I think that's relatively straightforward, it's just not codified.
But creating something
Yeah.
would.
Yeah, and I would prefer it to be a policy.
I'm not tied to, creating a policy, that's not, but I mean, creating something that says, we've agreed to this, we've signed our name to it, and so this is what the entire district is gonna do to honor this for that day or week or month. That's all I'm
That's time
suggesting.
specific to that individual, I mean, we're in the weeds now,
To that
but.
individual one, right.
Yes, yes.
So if it's
Okay.
a day, he follows through that day is honored. If it's a week, he follows through that week is honored.
Right,
Okay,
district-wide,
right.
Or whatever it says.
yeah. So if it's a week of honoring transportation, then it's a week of district-wide transportation, whatever, activities.
At the same time, I don't want a lot more work put on these teachers. I mean, 9/11 is one example. I mean, curriculum instruction, like I said, I go to the webpage and I see what was done. They're struggling as it is. We got to be careful.
Anyone else? Mr. Barefoot?
Next topic.
All right. I don't know if we came to any sort of conclusion, but.
Well,
Yeah.
he's going to
Okay.
create a policy, a procedure. You're going to create a procedure.
Okay.
And it will be brought to the board for
Brought to the
discussion.
board.
Correct.
I know we have some people that are staying this late to listen to our next item, so we're going to talk about football fields.
Yeah, so I added this. I talked with a few parents. Obviously, I saw a really, really disturbing video on the moisture, and probably now with the rain, it's going to get worse. We all know the field, Vero Beach High School field. I mean, it was already talked about. But some of the citizens that came up said, it's important to have a plan. Someone used game plan, which is pretty interesting, considering we're talking about a football field. So and I wanted this official discussion so that we could be on the same page with what is that plan? What conversation has been had at, in the office, Dr. Moore, so that we can address some of these issues with the citizens who are our constituents. I know in addition to the field, Vero Beach High School locker room has, I don't think anyone remembers the last time it was updated. So I don't know how much a field would cost. We've already kind of talked about it a little bit. But I can't imagine also updating the locker room at the same time would cost that much more. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. But anyway, so if we can have that official conversation now, what the update is, what the status is, what the conversations have been like. Are we in a holding pattern? Are their games going to be used on a different field going through, hurricane season? What?
Okay. Let's hear from other board members, too. Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, this has come up before sometimes when there is a discussion to be had for which either board members or district administration wasn't prepared to have that conversation at this moment. I think what would be most productive at this time would be to ask Dr. Moore and others to prepare a report for the board on the state of the field what's going to be done about it, what the cost is, and what the plan is. Rather than having a lengthy conversation now, without that information at everybody's fingertips, it would be appropriate, I think, to request the information and have that conversation at a future meeting. I'm not denying the importance of the issue. It very clearly is. But I don't know that people came to this meeting prepared to give a full timeline, breakdown, cost estimate, you know, all, and Mr. Bass, maybe you have that at your fingertips and I'm underestimating you. But oftentimes when a discussion is brought up at the last minute, we don't have the necessary background information to be able to have a full conversation about it.
I'm hearing Ms. Rosario asking us to have a conversation, so.
Yeah, but that's my point. She's also she's asking for a timeline, she's asking for a cost estimate, she's asking for an evaluation of the need, of what's wrong, what needs to be fixed, what the extent of it is.
No, I didn't say what needs to be fixed.
Okay, sorry, that was, but you asked for all
I
the
didn't
other
ask
things,
for
and
it,
I am
so
not
I'm just-
quoting you exactly, because I don't remember exactly what you said, but you're asking for a lot of information that unless the superintendent is prepared to have at his fingertips, I think would be better in a more thoughtful conversation where he can get that information to us, we can review it, and then we can have a dialogue about it.
Okay, so let's start some just initial conversation so he gets some feedback from all board members about it. Mr. Barefoot.
Bottom line is, you know, somebody read off the laundry list of things that need to take place, from the fields to the locker rooms. So we went through a process for the community complex. What was needed was developed, the cost was estimated, and we went forward. This is pretty simple stuff. So Mr. Bass, Mr. Seymour, you get Nick involved and do a comprehensive, this is what we knew to create a facility, comprehensive facility that the community deserves. What's it going to cost? And within the framework of that, we can prioritize. You know, locker rooms are first, the field's first,
Not the field.
new concession stands, whatever it is. But, you know, just develop. These are all the pieces. This is what we think it's going to cost, and we can take it from there. But as I said earlier, this is not something that the district is going to be able to fund. They can participate to a degree. We're going to have to figure out whether it's grants, but I think the private sector is going to have to play a major role in getting the kind of facility that most people would like to have. And it's not going to be cheap.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
Well, I've been in conversations with Mr. Bass and Coach Jay for about a year, looking at this. And obviously, it is in our capital outlay as far as where we're going at the end of this year. I think $300,000 was there for everything we need to do for that field, and talked with Mr. Bass about this several times. I'm at almost every Vero home game and almost every Sebastian River High School home game, so I know, I see it, I walk it, I'm there early, and I know the concerns. Going back a little bit, I haven't told you this story yet, Mr. Bass. I was at the 81 state championship when it was here, and I was at the top row, and then the stands were shaken. So I know how, you know, we did a little bit with that with our seating and so forth. So I know we have a lot to do, and I know what's in the plans. As I said earlier with FHSA, for the state tournaments, they'll go to a big venue. For regional, it's home. And a couple years ago, we almost lost a regional game because the team was refusing to play. I know this county is dedicated with athletics and performing arts and extracurricular. We know how important extracurricular to our students. We have anywhere from 20 to 28% participating in our high schools, band, athletics, student government, drama, chorus. So it's very, very important that we keep on this. And I know there's a plan. I don't know how much you want to discuss right now, Dr. Moore, but I know Coach Jay is in on that plan, and we're looking at to see what we can do. You know, it was a great experience that they handled that so quickly last week when Vero had to go to Sebastian, but we were sure as heck lucky that Sebastian was away, and they have a bye this week. If anybody's playing a game, I don't know. But we were lucky there, and what the Vero Beach High School administration, Sebastian River High School administration did to make that work under the guidance of Mr. Bass, it was wonderful. So I want to thank you for that. It was like a 24-hour turnaround. But it's not easy on the students. it's not easy to travel to another game or another home site. And I know Miami, Dr. Moore, most people go to different sites, you know, I've been there when we played Miami, but I know that the red clay is an issue. I know they're looking at it, but I don't want to say too much, so I'll stop there.
Okay, I do remember going to one of the community complex meetings that we had, and football coach spoke, and he spoke about the field conditions, and he said that it would help a lot when we get the community complex built to have soccer and lacrosse off that field. That would help. But we're looking at a couple years from now, right? By the time we get that all built, maybe 2 years?
2024, if we stick to a discussed timeline, they'll be able to start in the spring, correct, Dr. Moore? If we have enough money to start the construction of the stadium and the playground in the spring, so the assumption would be there's a possibility that you could do something in the fall of '23, but more than likely, you're really talking about full-scale usage for other sports in the 2024 year.
Okay, so we're looking at a year and a half from now that we can move those teams off the football field. I got it. I'm worried about safety. I'm worried about kids getting injured. And, you know, we need to do whatever it takes to make sure that doesn't happen. So we saw tonight where we are protecting their heads. How about the rest of their body, you know, when they're out there on the field? So, you know, this board has a limited budget, and everybody comes to us asking things, you know, band instruments, repair that, everybody, you know, that wants to have it, and we just got to do the best we can with the money that we have. We get that. I agree with you. It's going to take grants or something else, because I know the cost of I don't have the specific number, but I can imagine the cost of that. I remember when we redid the stands, the cost of that, and that was tremendous. I do know that we just did a renovation on the locker rooms for Sebastian River High School. And yet that school is not as old as Vero Beach. When was the last time the Vero Beach locker rooms were done?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, a long time ago. So, you know, everything needs fixing, but we need to make sure that we're keeping safety first. Locker rooms, I understand, that's an important thing, but safety first, field. And that's my thought, is the field first. Locker room second, but soon after. Maybe we need to look at this 5-year plan again and say, where do we need to put things in priority?
That's it.
Because when I brought up the band instrument issue, you were able to prioritize for capital money to be put towards the band instruments, so I appreciate that. So we're hearing, and we've known that this field has issues, so I think we need to prioritize our 5-year plan on that. Okay?
Thank you, board member.
May I follow up real quick?
Go ahead.
Oh, she's the chair.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on the Jimmy Graves field and the grants and the donations that have been provided for that field so far. Those are different funds. We get it. We all agree to that. We know that. But quite honestly, if you ask me where my priorities lie, my priorities do not lie in creating or starting to build on the Jimmy Graves field when our football field is not in working condition. My priority is that we address the Vero Beach football field first, because that affects children now. And a lot of people don't want to have the conversations about, you know, what's happening with those fields or what the conversations have been like. I know, Dr. Moore, you're going to address it now. I have every confidence that you're able to have conversations on the fly, because that's what you do. The same thing with Mr. Bass. But my priority is the field that affects the children now. If there is an issue, let's say Friday night there is a game. This is why it's important to ask, because we have parents who want to know and kids who are waiting to find out. If there's a game Friday night in Sebastian and a game Friday night scheduled for Vero Beach, but Vero Beach field is not, they're not able to play there, where are they going to play?
Sebastian on Saturday night.
session has a bye, they're not home this.
So let me,
This is what I'm asking, so let the superintendent follow up.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let me just, first and foremost, thank the board members for their feedback. And I think sometimes things happen for a reason. So initially, our capital plan was coming before the board, but the state was delaying and uploading the document in which needed to be completed, so it was pulled. Let me be very, very, very clear. There are so many things that are broken in this district because of knee-jerk reactions and not having a long, thought-out, created plan to bring the district to a level of financial stability, to bring the district to a level of instructional fidelity. It reacts versus ensuring that we have a long, deep, thought-out plan to ensure that the district is going to be successful in all things that it does. And though that is very, very hard to do, it takes bold and courageous leadership, bold and courageous staff, board members, in order to say, this is the plan, these are the priorities, and this is the space in which we have funds to operate. When you look at that field, that's not a surprise. That's not something that all of a sudden we realized last week. Did we have 20 inches of rain in that specific area over an 8-day period? The answer to that question is yes. Was it unsafe to play on? Literally, Mr. Bass probably lost 2 pairs of shoes walking on the field and sending us video. That video I think you were referencing, Ms. Rosario, was Mr. Bass. Although he's lost a lot of weight lately, still foot sinking into the ground. And I cannot thank the boosters, the coaches, the 2 administrations. What they all pulled off in literally 36 hours was amazing. It really spoke to community. When you look at the Graves property, yes, we have a long-term plan. That long-term plan isn't going to address the situation that we have at that field right now. We probably won't have, well, we probably will in the next 36 hours, have 20 inches of rain over a very short period of time. We probably won't. But moving forward, we need to get the field to a space in which we can do that. We will be looking at our capital plan. We'll be looking at the funds or the resources that we have saved, which speaks to Mr. Bass and Mr. Westenberger's ability to save money in the projects that have been fully implemented or fully developed, to see where are the opportunities to quickly pivot. So as we begin next school year, we have possibly a turf field in place. That's going to require looking at what are the priorities over the course of the next 5 years. Where do we shift or modify those priorities in order to get that done? And looking at the structure as a whole, that would be the opportunity for me to go back and look at and say, okay, field, job one, the other structural needs that need to be addressed, when do we get them done? How would we get them done? So I think we're going to be able to bring to the board a capital plan that includes shifting that field over the summer to what could be a turf field or a
artificial surface.
Artificial turf, which is the desire of the athletic director at that school over the course of the summer. That takes 6 months.
6 weeks.
6 weeks. 6 weeks to do. So that would be not a solution for the field, not a solution for the overall structure or the environment. So it's really looking at where are our opportunities within the budget. Our capital budget, these are different funds that can only be used for projects such as that, to bring it back to say, where are the opportunities? Can we get that done over the summer? And then going into the upcoming school year, it's not draining. What are the opportunities to do quick fixes in order to ensure we can get through the rest of the season? Because we're going to go very, very deep into the playoffs, and we want as many games until we go to wherever the state, where's it going to be? Orlando, the state championship?
I believe so.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Until we go there, we want to make sure that every single home game would still be at the Citrus Bowl and being played without the fear of an injury because of a subpar field. So I think when we have those conversations the upcoming month, we'll be able to bring something a longer solution to the board.
So what do they do in the meantime?
In the meantime, we're working to look at where are the opportunities to fix the field. There is no quick fix to fix the field, whether it's putting tarps down over the course of the week. If we know it's going to rain, that would be a possible solution. If it's looking at some of the drainage issues that we could fix relatively quickly in terms of the flow of water. At the end of the day, the district has chosen for year after year after year to do a quick fix on the field versus appropriately maintaining it over the course of time. And that goes back to all of the usage that's been on it, and how do we fix it with a couple of months that we have versus breaking it all the way down and then building it back up. That work was never done, never has been done.
And Dr. Moore, just, I've been talking to you, Mr. Bass, Coach Day, about a year regarding this, and so people understand why just redoing it and putting in the regular grass and so forth, how it would not help the drainage with the red clay. I mean, there's a lot of history. You're just not going out there saying, oh, this is what we're going to do because we have a North County High School too, so we have to understand, the expectations for both. And being the former principal of Sebastian River High School, they built that field where it could drain. They just did, and it still looks pretty good. But if been to a Vero Beach game this year, you could say even when it's not wet, the sides are just, it's just awful. So there is reason for wanting to go to that type of field, because even if you built it up with the red clay and everything that's going on, it wouldn't be cost effective in about 10 years,
Right, no, exactly. And maybe just a little, Mr. Baskin, probably a little deeper understanding as to, he can explain it better in terms of the neglect the field has been exposed to in terms of over the course of years as to why it's absolutely not draining correctly.
Through the chair, there is collection boxes on the sidelines of the Vero field that will allow it to drain if it could drain. So, first of all, I want to say this. It was, not to be funny or anything, perfect storm over the past 8 or 9 days. In my 29 years of education, either being a football coach or overseeing facilities and athletic facilities being one of those, only one other time have I seen a field that was as wet as that field, and that was after Tropical Storm Faye in like 2007 or so. So it was the perfect storm. However, when you look at the Citrus Bowl surface, yes, there is a crown there and there are drains on the sideline. But what you don't see, and I got a real firsthand view of that here at the beginning of this football season, is the material that's underneath that. So if you compare the Citrus Bowl to Sebastian River's field, Sebastian River field is built with swells on the side, so there's a better drainage capacity there, but it is a mucky, dark soil that is rich in nutrients that the grass grows on in Sebastian. Here, you look and there's a thin layer of dark material, and then it goes to a clay, almost I call it a marly type surface. So there is no ability there for the water to perk down. And because it can't perk down, that you don't get any absorption that way, and it's so, it just holds water, it won't run off the sides. So that's why it's standing there. So, I know Dr. Moore had mentioned artificial surface. We could come in and we could completely rototill that field, kill all the grass off. We would need to redo the irrigation because you would damage the irrigation with the rototill. Put it back in sod. We would have to excavate out that poor material and bring in really good material. But you're only going to be able to go down anywhere between 6 to 12 inches. But over time, that poor material that's underneath the good material is going to come back, and we're going to have the same issues again. It may not be 5 years or 10 years from now, but it will come back over time. You also couple that with the fact that with football, freshman, JV, varsity any given year, girls and boys soccer, girls and boys lacrosse, JV and varsity, you're looking at anywhere from 90 to 100 athletic events on that field per year. whether the material is just fabulous underneath or not, your wear and tear on that field is going to be tremendous. So the artificial surface is the best route, in my opinion, to go. You know, lacrosse and soccer, you know, when the other complex gets there, it's going to be grass. You know, is there a possibility for more injuries lacrosse and soccer on turf, artificial surface? There is, but I think, you know, the fact that the field, the Citrus Bowl now, is not really wide enough to accommodate a full-size width soccer field, and you don't have good running conditions along the side with potholes, the drains, plus the track. I think, you know, that overcomes the fact that it's going to be on surface or artificial turf to protect those kids from that injury. We're looking at about $1.6 million for the artificial turf. What Dr. Moore has already mentioned is worked with Mr. Westenberger today going through our capital budget, and we do have some savings from some other projects that we have completed, and so that money could go toward it, and I am very optimistic that we could find the money to do that. 6 weeks turnaround time would be what one of the companies has quoted us. We've talked to 2 companies right now for the artificial surface, both of which are on the state contract list, and we have a third one we're reaching out to also. Mr. Westenberger has already reached out to the St. John's waste or water management district, and you know, saw what had to be done as far as drainage with their regulations, and we're good to go there because it is a pervious surface. So we're good there. So I think, you know, with Dr. Moore and your blessing, we can make this thing happen for next year.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up about the clay, because you're right, that clay will keep coming back and coming back. It's impervious, that's why they fill the landfill at the bottom of the landfill with it. So, not calling our field a landfill, I'm just saying that clay is the problem here. And I think, you know, looking at artificial turf might be the answer for that field. I think you're right. And obviously you've done a lot of homework on it. Anyone else? We're good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I appreciate the discussion about it. This is exactly what I wanted us to have a discussion about with regard to the field. I wanted to thank Angela Banzaf, I don't want to mispronounce your last name, I believe president of the Booster Club at Vero Beach High School, and January Lloyd, honorary member, booster mom, and 500 different hats, for all of their, you know, volunteer hours and their focus on this issue. And you know, other than the Vero Beach High School football team being moved to Sebastian, I had no idea there was an issue with the field. So this is all pretty new to me, so I'm glad that we met and that we had this discussion, and I'm glad that we're going to move forward in a positive way. So I hope that the rest of the season for the kids is successful no matter what, and safe.
Dr. Jones.
Just wanted to also thank the parents for coming, and also Coach Jay and his entire coaching staff and the students for all that they do for their school and all the coaches do for the students.
And while we brought that up, having attended Saturday's memorial service, I was so proud of our team and how they were so respectful, and yet all showed. I mean, I don't know if all of them showed up, but it was quite a showing. So I appreciate them being there.
And also at that service, Coach Jay gave a wonderful, wonderful speech.
He did. All right, classroom libraries.
I guess me. Okay. I've got all these notes, Dr. Moore, but I'm just going to try to summarize this. And hearing, you know, many people speak about library books in general and classroom libraries. And Dr. Moore, I want to make sure that our teachers and administrators in our schools know that they can have classroom libraries. I think the kind of a message out there is that there's a little fear. We don't know if we should do this. Maybe we should be on the safe side, but they are okay to have classroom libraries. I was an 8th grade, 7th grade English teacher for many years. I built a library up, and you know what? I built that library up with students for enjoyable reading. Nothing connected to the standards, just enjoyable reading, so that those students could choose a book when there's a few minutes left and they could go ahead and read. I know that we have received memos, regarding the state and where we're going to go from the June 3rd memo, and I told you this, the last workshop, I talked with Chancellor Oliva, Ms. Brownback, and then Dr. Paul Burns. And obviously, they're moving forward, and they've got through maybe 6 lines of that last state statute that they're looking at. And Ms. Parentella talked a little bit about that today, but I just want to make sure, because I hear from teachers and some administrators, we just don't want to take the chance. And I'm thinking as a former English teacher, and I have the books, if the parents have a question about what books I have, they can certainly ask. I don't want to cause any more work for the teachers. If they have a question about a book, they could certainly talk with you or curriculum and instruction, but what can we do to make sure that they know it's okay to have these libraries for our students? I'm very, very concerned. Dr. Schiff announced this earlier, and I gave this information at the workshop. Students are not going to the library to check out books. One high school, they had 32 books checked out that were nothing to do other than with dual enrollment, AP, IB, SAT, and ACT. They're not going to the library for, enjoyable reading. Now, I know it's not like that in elementary. I know it, I've seen it. And not quite like that in middle school, because I was there for many years, and again, I've stopped by several schools. So what can we do to open this up to make sure that our teachers, we've got their back. If they've got a question, ask us, but don't shut down your classroom libraries, period. What can we do?
And through the chair, I think it's a ongoing conversation. The system, the district hasn't done anything, nor will it ever do anything to encourage or inform or direct a teacher not to use a classroom library. I will say a classroom library is a good strategy when it's used correctly, and it is aligned to the standards. It is an opportunity to provide a book of interest leveled to the needs of that specific child where he has the opportunity to read. That is the ideal use. As we pushed out at the beginning of the school year, it was the intent, and the sole intent was to notify teachers of any shifts or changes in state statute, which I think we did a very good job of, and then continue to reinforce for teachers who have made the decision, whether it to be, I don't want to in fear of it, or I don't want anyone to get me. I can't say specifically what their concern is, but to have a conversation with them to alleviate whatever that concern may be. And that's walking classroom to classroom and meeting with teachers to say, we want you to have absolute use of, if that's a strategy you would like to use, absolutely use it, while at the same time be empowered with the understanding as to what should not be on there. And it's very straightforward. The shift or change from last year to this year is minimal.
Right.
Minimal.
Right.
So the change or shift of practice should be minimal as well. Now, there are a group of teachers who, just as you said, I'm going to play it safe, or I don't want to do it for this reason or that reason. And those are the opportunities for whether it be principals, whether it be district staff, to engage in a conversation. Let us help you. Let's work through. Let's deepen your understanding as to if this was a strategy used last year, why would you not continue to use this strategy this year? And that is the conversation. I think we've made tremendous we've made tremendous strides in getting that information out from the beginning of the school year to now, but it's a continued conversation. And at the end of the day, it is really ensuring that teachers know that the system has their back, and the system wants to help them, inform them, and ensure that their life is as easy as possible, because it is not easy work that they're doing.
Just one comment. I don't agree with the one thing you said about that it's aligned to the standards. I had books from, I had students in 8th grade reading maybe at 6th grade level, some reading at 11th grade level. I had books of interest. They didn't align to every standard, or at that time a different criterion reference. But, there are books out there for enjoyable reading. And if they have a question, they can certainly ask a parent, but not everything's about the standard either. I mean, enjoyable reading is what these students like to do. It's not a forced reading, and we're losing that. And I'm saying the books need to be appropriate, but not everything has to align to the standard. Enjoyable reading. Books, kids were grabbing books every minute that we had 10 minutes to read. They could check them out. And I just don't want intimidation or any teacher feeling like, oh my gosh, I can't do that or I'll be in trouble. That's what I don't want.
And through the chair, I think you taught language arts and reading, right?
Yes,
So, okay,
a
that's
lot of
what-
other
so
things.
therefore,
yes, sir.
it was aligned to the standards, based on the content in which you taught.
Okay.
And secondly,
Yeah, I could make that work.
okay. Thank you. And secondly, there will be no fear or intimidation by anyone employed by me in the system. It is to appropriately inform and to problem solve and to support, to have the conversation, to engage in the communication. So if it's a strategy that they want to use, they have every opportunity to actually use it. So that is the commitment that I give to you, as well as our teachers.
Thank you.
Dr. Schiff?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up a concern that I saw.
You skipped over me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you already spoke.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
One of the things that I want to remind, which I know Dr. Moore knows this, that any material used in the classroom, any material used in the classroom made available in a school library or included on a reading list, any, that contains content that is pornographic or prohibited under statute 847.012 is not suited to the student needs and their ability to comprehend the material presented. That is in statute 1006.28. So it doesn't matter if it's a classroom library or in the media center or, for personal reading or used for direct instruction. That is the language in the statute. For all courses of studies, any material used in a classroom, made available in a school library or included on a reading list. So it doesn't matter. It just cannot contain anything that is prohibited, that has pornographic or prohibited under 847.012. That's the big issue here. So that's the concern and part of the new statute that was signed into law to be in effect as of July 1st. It was to ensure that even classroom libraries did not have certain information that is prohibited. There was a rule, a memorandum that came down from the Florida Department of Education dated June 3rd, 2022, addressing House Bill 1467, and it says exactly that book selections must meet certain criteria, and that book selections, whether it be through the library media center or directly in classrooms, that it meets certain criteria as of included in Florida Statute 1006.40, and there are some other, I think it's 3D, that there should be a requirement for evaluating each one of those books using a consultation, reputable, professional, site or periodical to review the books. So a lot of the concern that I'm hearing seems to be, I'm trying to think of the word so as not to be so strong, seems to be coming from a small group of educators that want to pinpoint or blame a certain group of people, which actually is not true. Only the law can dictate what is provided in classrooms, not our opinion, the law.
Okay. I'm going to speak.
Yeah, go
if
ahead.
that's okay.
I'm sorry.
One of the concerns I saw when I spent a couple days before school started to help a new teacher that frankly was overwhelmed, walking into a classroom that quite literally, when you opened up all the cupboards, was a mess. Things were just thrown in there from the last year. Having helped organize that classroom for a couple of days, I went through and saw how many books this teacher had available for the classroom library. Hundreds of books. A lot of them were leveled readers that were purchased in the past. had codes on them and everything else. One of the things that I have been very quiet about, because, you know, I didn't get an opportunity to talk about it until now, is, you know, there was a quote about me getting volunteers to come in the classroom and help with looking at these classroom libraries. There were people that were coming up to me and saying, how can I help? Because they hear not just this thing I saw, but lots of teachers having hundreds of books that they've had in the past that were, you know, there were times where you'd say to the kids, I did it in my classroom, you know, go get the red binder because that's on your grade level. Anything you want over there on your grade level, that's yours to grab. So those leveled readers sometimes were bought from different companies and given to the teachers for classroom libraries. So we have a lot of books out there that were classroom libraries that weren't bought by the teachers. They were bought by the school district. So the concern I had was, how do we go about looking at getting these books to kids and yet not violating any laws or making sure that anything that's out there that's been considered that might be a concern? So my idea was to work with volunteers, whoever, to train them to say, get a computer, look at the books, pile them up, and say, okay, type that book title in to Follett and see if that book has been flagged for any reason. If so, put that book aside. If the book has not been flagged and it looks like it's a good reader in Follett, okay, that book can go. As long as, you know, it's impossible sometimes in some of these classrooms, they have very thick, lots of thick books. So it's impossible to read them all. But that was one way I thought, okay, maybe we can help somehow with volunteering to get this off the teachers. You know, they are feeling like if they put a book in a kid's hand that they're in trouble. And I don't want them to feel that way, and I want books in kids' hands. We want appropriate books in kids' hands. So that's why I offered getting volunteers to help with that, so that we can maybe just use the stack of books and type them in. They don't have to be in the classroom, those volunteers. They can just be somewhere else where they're just typing in the titles to say, yep, that one's good, let's go with it. The question is, how do they determine that one's good? That's the concern, that is the big question mark. Some people say, oh, that's obviously, you know, Where the Wild Things Are is good. Somebody else might not think it is. So unless, the only thing we can go off of is there was a list that I know Moms for Liberty came up with, that these are the concerns we have. There's been a list that other people said, well, we don't have concerns with that book. So we're stuck in the middle of this. That's why I asked for guidance for grade level appropriateness, so that we have something to go off of. We do have teachers out there that are scared to move forward. I've told you over and over again. I sat at the football game the other night, and I don't know how many teachers I ran into, and I heard it over and over and over again. It is not something that's been solved yet. It hasn't. We have teachers that are nervous about putting books out for kids to grab and use. We can't have that happen. So how can we solve this problem?
Well, can I add to that for a minute?
Sure.
It's not just that we have teachers who are afraid to put books out for students to use. It's they're afraid they're going to get disciplinary action, they're going to lose their jobs.
That's what I'm talking
They're
about.
going to be called. So they are erring on the side of caution. And to be honest, I can't blame teachers for doing that. I can't blame them for erring on the side of caution when we are in volatile times. How we resolve that, I agree with you, I don't yet know. But there's this prevailing sense that we don't trust our teachers, that we're not trusting our teachers to know how to teach their kids. And that's the part that really upsets, worries, and concerns me. At what point did teachers become the bad guys? Did they become the ones who didn't know what was right for their students and be the ones who could best evaluate their students' needs? And that's the part of this path that really concerns me and worries me, to be honest. We got to figure out a way to trust our teachers and encourage them to want to be here. Because right now, many of them don't. Many of them are fine. They're moving along, they're doing what they have to do. But many of them are feeling increasingly frustrated and demoralized about the job they've been doing for years that is becoming more and more untenable. We got to figure that out.
Yes, Dr. Jones.
I'm just looking over this June 3rd memo, and I talked to Dr. Paul Burns about a week ago, so he sends me the information, and I think this is what Ms. Parentella received today, where they're just beginning the training for school librarians, media specialists, and other personnel involved with the selection of school district library material. Okay, that's just beginning. And the other one dealt with putting the information on the website, and that pertains to elementary schools. But of the 3 people I talked with the other day, and Dr. Burns is a former principal and so forth, he said, we're not asking you not to order books, we're not asking you this. I said, well, there's fear out there, and they're not sure what to do. So, you know, obviously, the House Bill 1467 says that districts need to be transparent in the selection of instructional materials and library and reading materials. When's the last time we ordered anything? So we're transparent because we haven't ordered anything since this law came out, obviously. And as far as the classroom libraries, obviously, you know, elementary teachers who have anywhere from 18 to 25 people, they could let their parents know what books they have, and if the parents can let them know whether they wanted to check it out. But, you know, I'm sure our parents understand what is appropriate. I'm sorry, our teachers and parents understand what's appropriate for the grade level. And if they don't want them reading it, that, you know, that's a parent's choice. But like we had earlier on this graph, 90-some% said okay to read what we have in our libraries or in our classroom libraries. You know, they're just beginning on this. They've gone through 3 lines, then they're going to go through another 3 lines, and even Dr. Bird said when it goes to the state board in October, they could accept it, they may not accept it, and then if they accept it, it could be appealed. So, you know, I think we're doing our best of what we can do as far as, you know, following this, but at the same time, I agree with Dr. Schiff. Our teachers know, you know, especially for our students, you know, what is appropriate for their grade level, what is good enjoyment reading, and to continue to promote the love of reading. I just don't want to lose that.
Yeah, may I add something? To your point, Mrs. Berenborg, one thing that I can appreciate, you're wanting to get our teachers help by bringing in volunteers. However,
It was an idea.
Yeah, consider, you know, the fact that there's a teacher trusting their certification
I know.
to a volunteer, right, who may or may not be well-trained or attentive enough. And I don't know if teachers are going to feel comfortable with that.
I know. You know, that's why I said I don't know what the answer is, because people want to help, they just don't know how they can help. Mrs. Rosario?
Yeah, what's not complicated is that the law states exactly what should and should not be allowed in the classrooms. It's really not complicated. It says instructional materials shall be free of pornography, age appropriate, grade level, and standards based. It's really very simple. 4 elements. Free of pornography, it's in the statutes. Standards based, grade level, and age appropriate. It's really not rocket science. I don't understand what the complication is. The form in which the because we were talking about classroom, this is all about classroom libraries.
The only thing I was talking about was classroom libraries. Yeah.
The form that the superintendent and his team created at the beginning of the year called the Classroom Library Selection Form for instructional staff. It really only talks about a few things here for classroom libraries. And everybody knows I can be critical with the discussion on library and media center, content, but this is a good written guide for a checklist, essentially, for teachers to use. And it says what you should and should not have, or do you have? The question is, do you have? Explicitly instruct, books that explicitly instruct on sexual content or gender identity. There are different questions, yes or unsure. 2, does the book promote, compel, or encourage a student to believe one or more of the following? And then there are some different, I guess they're not bulleted, but they're bullets. They're different sections. Does the book, is the book from the 1619 project, Does it promote anything from the requirement on no critical race theory or not having it? And then, of course, the rule and the HB7 law, and then that's it. I mean, it's really not that complicated. This was really created. I know that the worry behind some teachers is that they're going to get fired or, I get that, but, there's sensitivity and there's grace too. And we have to be able to allow the superintendent to let this library selection form it was created for this purpose. It has all the bills there to identify what each of the laws actually state. There are only 1, 2, 3, there are just 4 there. And then each one of those items specific, because this was about classroom libraries.
Right.
Specific to just classroom libraries that are there, along with the new rules from the FLDOE. It's really not.
Dr. Jones?
And my purpose here, and I trust that the teachers do know that, and I respect them that they do know that. I'm just telling you how they are feeling. And that's something that I want to make sure our superintendent, district staff understands that. And again, the 4 areas, no issue with that. I'm just saying how they are feeling. Why they're feeling that, there could be an enormous number of reasons, but that is what they are sharing.
Let me just point out, when you read that, a teacher looking at this stack of books, hundreds of books in their room, and seeing, I got to go through every single book to make sure that it meets all of that. And
That's what the law says.
that's why I offered volunteers for that. But
It is what it is.
Yeah.
What Mrs. Rosario sounds really clear to you about what the law says is not actually so clear. We've talked before about definitions of pornography, and that's why the books were not removed.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, we had this conversation. For it to be pornography, the main intent of the book has to be prurient content designed to arouse sexual interest. We had this conversation.
It's obscenity. It was the obscenity statute, not the pornography statute.
So I'm going to talk now. We've also talked in HB 7, what seems straightforward to you when it says we're asking a teacher to go through books and determine what may make a student feel uncomfortable. Well, for a teacher to determine what may make some student uncomfortable based on race, gender, ideology, or anything else, who determines that and how? It's not as straightforward as it means. Statute is written to be open to interpretation. We are having this conversation at the higher education level as well, because it's not straightforward, and that's the problem. And teachers are in the middle of a game now where they have to interpret vague statute, and their livelihood depends on that. So it's not clear. It's not clear who determines, and it's not clear what is intended by some of these laws, and that's why it's under review, that's why there are lawsuits, it's going on. And for teachers to be put in the middle of that puts them in a precarious position, which is Dr. Jones's point, is their discomfort with that. It's our job then to make some determinations to minimize the discretion that they have, and that's what these conversations are about. But we disagree on the content, context, and sort of opinion about what is the intent of some of these standards, and we are doing the best we can.
May I follow up? Here's something in,
Dr. Jones, did you want to?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Here's something in HB 7 that is captured in this selection form, in this classroom library selection form, that does not leave for interpretation. Members, does the book promote, compel, or encourage students to believe one or more of the following? First one, members of one race, color, national origin, or sex are morally superior to members of another race, color, national origin, or sex. That's pretty clear.
No, it's actually not.
Yes, it's very. Is one represented to be morally superior than the other? People are racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. I think that's pretty clear. A person's moral character or status as either privileged or oppressed is determined by race, color, national origin, or sex. Treat others disrespectfully based on race, color, national origin, or sex. An individual should be discriminated against because of the historical actions of another of the same race, color, origin, or sex. A person based on the race, color, national origin, or sex should be discriminated against to achieve diversity, equity, or inclusion. I mean, and it goes on and on. These are pretty clear. I mean, I don't, is the book from the 1619 project, or does it quote or reference the 1619 project? And of course, there's a link for the other rule on critical race theory, which also includes the Holocaust, the theory of the Holocaust, or the Holocaust theory. So it's pretty clear, Dr. Moore. You've got my support on the creation of this library form, because I think it's pretty clear.
And who determines discrimination? Is it
Oh my
determined?
God, Mara.
No, seriously,
Dr.
you
Schiff.
read this thing
Are you
like
kidding?
determining discrimination is clear. Is it,
This is why there's confusion.
No kidding. But here's the point. If someone is discriminated against, who determines whether that discrimination occurred and how it occurs? Right? We have policies to review that. Why do we have disparities in academic achievement? Why do we have disparities in student discipline? Because some argue there is disparity there and some argue there isn't. This is so much more complicated, Mrs. Rosario, than you are making it out to be.
No, it's really not. The laws actually define what is discriminatory. The laws actually define what is pornographic. The law actually defines what is obscenity. The law actually defines what is sexually promiscuous.
Okay, I'm
The law
really done with this
defines
conversation.
nudity.
I'm not
The
having it
law
anymore.
defines it. Not me, not what I think. The law defines it.
All right, I'm going to pause this right now to have Dr. Moore have a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think it's very similar to what Mr. Barefoot said earlier regarding continuing to have the conversation, whether it be principals, to ensure they fully understand. My expectation is that we're not punishing or running a system based on fear, but running a system based on what is in the best interest of children, and willing to sit with each and every single teacher who wishes to have a library and answer any questions they may have. I think the form that was created to support and inform teachers, taking an extra step to say, all right, let's look at these specific questions, specifically in elementary school. I think you can go through the forms relatively quickly. For me as a teacher, knowing the books that were in my library, I could go through those 4 questions. Say, all right, I got 6 books. Let me go find them and get additional information regarding those specific 6 books. We just want to remove the miscommunication. We want to remove the fear that this school system, the evaluators, the principals, the district staff are out to get you. Because we're not out to get anybody by any means. And I think this staff and our principals and assistant principals have proven time and time again, they're going to problem solve and they're going to work with and to answer any questions our teachers have. And I think what's happening in our classrooms now is absolutely wonderful. If you go in, you can see the quality or the depth of instruction that's taking place, the focus of that instruction, the alignment of that instruction. And at the end of this year, the rate of improvement the system will realize will be because of the work that teachers are doing. So it is our desire to say if there's 4 teachers or 3 teachers or 10 teachers or 12 teachers at a school, let's go sit and have that conversation. And if at the end of the day they choose not to have a library, that's their choice. But I don't want that to be the choice because I'm in fear of this or I'm in fear of that. That's just not who we are. It's not who we are. We're not running, we're not retaliating against people. It's just not the makeup of the folks in this system. Is it a hard time? Yeah. You have people pointing fingers at each other and trying to make it seem like this thing, that. We have to be above it. That's not, we could be better. The community deserves better. And yes, we're in hard, trying, complex times. But you know what? Some public school systems got to figure it out. Somebody's got to be able to lead the way. Somebody's got to say, hey, we live in Florida. We're not going to change where Indian River County is. It's in Florida. It's not leaving Florida. It's going to be in Florida. So we have to figure out, how does Indian River County School Board employees, teachers, and staff be in the best interest of children with the laws in which we're governed by? And that's not easy to do for some people. It's not easy to do for a lot of people, but we have to be willing to have that conversation. And I know that we can. The fact that people get frustrated is really a good sign. It's a good sign because it means they care. The fact that, you know, even tonight, as I reflect on night, we've had a lot of conversations about what's really, really important. That's great growth for kind of where we want to go. So members of the board, we, principals, myself, district staff will continue to engage in those conversations, really to bring a level of, or to reinforce what is expected and problem solve so that every teacher understands the intent is just to clarify what is in fact state law and help and assist in any way possible so they can make a choice whether they want to use a library or not, and not at all be in fear of retaliation. No one's been written up, no one's been documented, no one's been called to the principal office about a library at all. We've had 0 issues. Not one administrator or assistant principal has had a conversation with a teacher about a book. It has not been an issue, not this school year, not last school year. It just hasn't been an issue. That doesn't mean that there are teachers just saying, well, I'm not going to let it be an issue because I'm not going to do it at all. Those are the ones that we want to, that's the next step. I can tell you, because I guarantee you, I walk more classrooms than most people, times 3. And the libraries that I see are available, they are open, they are in use. I see students using them. And when I see one that's not, go get me that form. Because I'm going to go through that form with you, all 4 questions, and every single time that I've had the opportunity to do that, no, I'm an elementary school. No, of course I don't have that. Well, then, turn your books around. You're good to go. Yep. And that's powerful when the superintendent says that. It's powerful when the principal says that. It's powerful when the district staff who is visiting says that. Because that's the intent. That's the intent. So it's more communication, it's listening, it's understanding the reality on how some people feel. We have to validate those feelings. Sometimes people feel frustrated or concerned. We're not an I got you school system. We're not. We have everybody's back to do the best that we could possibly can to be in service of our children. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Moore, just as a follow-up question, if a teacher who is listening has a question about a particular book they're unsure of, they don't know, you know, they question whether it can fall either one way or the other, what do you recommend for that teacher? Do they bring that book to their principal, to their media center specialist, take it off until it's verified? What are your suggestions?
Always communication. Assistant principal, probably in that specific area, going and seek that additional information. My staff, district staff, always available, but your first response should be the assistant principal at that school.
So a new teacher that's not read half the books and that hundreds of books, they're going to bring 50 books to the assistant principal?
Well, that's the exception, and why 50 books were just laying around with that specific teacher is very odd too. And
guided readers in the past.
Are they? No, they're there. But as you're transitioning a new teacher, job number 1 is let's look at the core material. Let's understand that there's 50 books here. You don't know what those 50 books are.
Oh, that's why we put them all in the cabinet,
Yeah.
because she was just trying to focus on how to teach the reading program. But again, you know,
I think as the instructional
if it's
coaches.
higher level, not kindergarten through second, because you can get through those books pretty quick and go, yep. If it's older kids, though, and they've got these guided readers from the past, you know, how do they determine, oh, I've never read this book before, so I'm going to have to read the book to determine if it can go on the shelf? See what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm looking at most level readers, and it's looking at the content of the specific book and saying, is there pornography in this specific book?
No.
No. Is 1916 Project taught in this book? Absolutely not. It's about ducks in, ducks in
Water.
water. Okay.
No, I get that.
So
I get that,
there's
but-
certain books where you can, now there's some like, ooh, what does this really mean? Yeah, those are the ones. And I think that's the opportunity for 99.9999% of books in elementary schools. It's in and out. It's in and
So
out.
I just think that this message needs to be clearer for our teachers, because, I've shared with this.
No,
the
I
last 2 weeks of how many teachers have come up to me and said they're scared or nervous, but they don't say anything because they don't want.
Cause issues.
Right.
Yeah, and I think the only thing for me to do is to receive that and respond in a way in which we deepen the understanding. And, the structure between a good board and a good superintendent is exactly that. And as information filters up to me, it's being filtered by the teacher to the assistant principal, to the principal, to the deputy. It's going to be filtered. But you guys have long-standing relationships. Some of you taught here, grew up here. So that information coming to you helps inform the implementation of the policies you all improve, which is me to go back and say, you know what, let's go back and circle back around. Because we should not have, or we do not want, this level of frustration or confusion around minor changes in state statute. We have to be able to inform and listen and address concerns as they come up.
Yeah, to that point, so like Mrs. Barenborg and Dr. Jones have mentioned, I've also heard a lot of concerns from teachers who are not necessarily referring things directly to their assistant principals or their principals, or it's being pushed down. It's not getting to you. What's the best vehicle by which to create an environment where they can either bring that to us or bring that to you, where there is not a fear of any kind of retaliation or any, like, I don't know exactly the right words here, but you're right. I think information is not filtering the way it needs to. And that's why we're having these experiences from the teacher level to the administrator level to the district level. How can we get around that?
So I think we have the systems in place, whether it's to report it to the teacher union. We have monthly meetings with the union reps sitting with the principal to discuss those specific issues, whether they share it with you to get that information back to me. We can't live in frustration, and I say that all the time. If you are frustrated, your obligation to children in the school system is to speak and to act. I can tell you there has been 0 people. I'm the superintendent of schools, but I don't retaliate against anybody. I have, and I think you all know me well, the expectation I have, the morals on how we lead are very clear. This isn't an I gotcha system. This isn't I'm going to punish you. I think it's been tried over and over again, and every single time we're going to do what's in the best interest of employees while at the same time serving in the best interest of children. And that really has to be the conversation. The fact that people are speaking out, to me, is evidence of a healthy system versus not saying anything at all. So as that information comes back, it's just the opportunity to reinforce. It's the informal conversations across the entire system. When they say, hey, a teacher says to another teacher, yeah, I thought that way too, but this is the information that I got. And this is the reality. Those are the ongoing conversations we need to continue to have. So no one teacher feels that specific way. And I think at the end of the day, there are going to be teachers who, with everything that we do and say, are not going to feel comfortable. And that's fine too. But we've had the opportunity to truly inform, listen to, allow them to speak to us, and us to clarify any concerns they may have.
So to that end, I want to just clarify and encourage for any teachers who are watching this, what we're discussing here is a system to get information where it needs to go, right? And if it needs to go to the superintendent, that we can be vehicles for that. So I want to encourage people to reach out to us or reach out to a board member, whatever board member you're most comfortable with, or all of us, so that we can help convey that information in a way that will represent your interests. The only way we know it is if you share it, and the only way we can get it where it needs to be is by being that vehicle. So I want to encourage people to do that, because I hear information sometimes second and third hand, and it really helps to hear it firsthand.
All right, so yes, let's move on to member matters. Who would like to go first? Mr. Barefoot.
I don't have any.
Okay. Dr. Schiff.
I don't have any either.
Okay. Dr. Jones.
Real quick, ESC Parent Advisory Zoom meeting the other day was very good. Thank you to Ms. Morey and Ms. Dampierre. Thank you to everyone who made donations. That was on our board agenda, so please take a look at those. It's Hispanic Heritage Lunch at Fellsmere, Hispanic Month, September 15th through October 15th, and they're having something. I'm on the FSBA advocacy. We have our first meeting tomorrow, so I'll keep all the board members up to date on that. And speaking of retired educators, obviously I'm one of them, and we're working at Felsmer, the old Felsmer School, looking through all of their books, helping with their books and choosing the books for their students who come in from the Felsmer area and putting them on the mobile reading bus. And I just want to thank all of them. You know, we had retired educators who have given 30 to 40 years of their life to the school system, and they are out there in many, many ways, either from MCAN, Laura Roddy Jackson, United Way, Up Against Poverty, Mental Health, many, many nonprofits. And I know Ms. Berenborg mentioned them. You know, I know we probably can't help them, have them with that, but they are out there continuing what they started in this district. And they were, Dr. Moore, they were many, many, many of those people who built this district from the ground up. So they are still out there volunteering for our students and our parents.
I'll be one day.
Yep.
Okay, Ms. Rosario?
Yes, so last week, last Thursday was Dads and Donuts. In some schools, they celebrated Dads and Donuts. Others, it was called something else. But it was really dads and father figures bringing their children to school. And it was so sweet. I went to Treasure Coast Elementary School and enjoyed time there. What was really nice was the presentation that the Learning Alliance collaboratively with the School District of Indian River County put together to encourage parents to write down their dreams and their hopes for their children, and then actually clip it to a string, and then a copy of that would be provided to the superintendent so that he could use it for future reference. But it was really nice. It was a wonderful ceremony. Early on a Thursday morning, you would think that people worked and wouldn't be able to come out, but it was pretty packed. I mean, there was a line of dads, probably all the way around the corner of the school from Treasure Coast, if you can imagine how that line works. But it was really nice. It was nice. That morning they also had kind of like an open house where you can go into classrooms and spend time with your child in their first period class. It was so pretty. I mean, everything was really nicely done there. So I'm glad that I had a chance to see that, to be a part of it. I also wanted, I went on Friday night to the Sebastian River, got a shameless plug here, but my son, I mean, you all know that I homeschool, but my son, I enrolled him in the JROTC program at Sebastian River, so now he's a part-time shark, and he loves it, but he is, I guess he doesn't think he's a part-time shark. He loves it. Anyway, but that night, I thought that they were going to do they were going to be at the game to support Vero Beach High School, but they weren't. Anyway, so it was nice being at the game, and of course, we had a wonderful surprise. Governor DeSantis showed up and did the coin toss, so I'm grateful for him and his family. It was really lovely to see him engage with his family and his children. Had a ball as they were just playing. They were just kids, you know. It was really nice to see, very pleasant. So I'm glad to that he thought about Vero Beach and that he came to participate in that. I do want everyone to be safe with regard to the weather. I'm hopeful, thinking that we will miss the storm because we're not in as of now, based on some of the models. It doesn't look like we're going to be in the cone, even though we might get some wind, but I hope we don't have to close schools. And I do have a question, though, with regard to the shelters. And I know this has always been the case for schools to be shelters, but what about is the IG Center a shelter? Do we know?
Through the chair, I don't think that it is. I think the shelters are buildings, are schools that have been inspected, they meet certain criteria. They have the generators, yes,
Yeah.
all of those things.
Got it.
It is a well-oiled machine when we activate shelters in terms of the delivery of supplies, the coordination of meals, the supervision of staff. So
All
people
right.
won't see that work. And just for point of reference, once we have sustained winds of 35 miles an hour, buses can't be on the road.
Right.
So, 35 miles doesn't seem like
Yeah.
much of a deal, but we can't run, we can't get kids to or from school if we have those winds that are going to be projected to be at 35 miles an hour above.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, and thank you for that. So with that, I hope that everybody stays safe, of course, and I do hope that we don't have to close any schools and open up shelters. But my last thing that I want to say, I'm going to give a plug and a congratulations to Mrs. Jennifer Pippin, who received notice. She is, I think so far, the only parent in our community who has been selected as a parent representative member of the Library Media Work Group for the Florida Department of Education. So I'm grateful for her interest and for her involvement in that. She has been a voice for parents, and I'm just grateful for her selection on that committee. So we have a representative in our district now at the Florida Department of Education, so thank you for that. Congratulations.
You done? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I attended the ESC advisory meeting also, but I was there in person. But I like the fact, I know you said to me, I think we're only doing it in person from now on. I said, I like the fact that there was Zoom also, because it allowed parents that can't get out here to be part of that meeting. And I think it's kind of a nice thing to have both. People that can get here and be in person, and people that can get on Zoom and at least listen and participate. Maybe we could do that with some other things, but just throwing out there. I attended the memorial service for Marvin Wright Jr., and I know Dr. Jones was there too. I was impressed with how many people spoke about the concern for children to reach out for mental health issues and seek help for if they had suicidal thoughts. I've attended a lot of ceremonies like that in the past, and that's the first time I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've attended ceremonies where kids had done that before.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just kind of glazed over. So it's nice that we're actually talking about it and getting it out there, and kids are needing mental health support. The football game was fun. We didn't get rained on too much. And, but the coin toss, I'm gonna just tweak that a little bit, Ms. Rosario. Actually, it was the governor's son who tossed the coin. And he did a great job, went over the top of all the kids. And I think they found the coin and determined who was going to kick off. So it was kind of cute. It was fun. It was nice that the Indians won, and they're continuing their streak. But I think big shout out to Sebastian River, because that was nice of a rival high school doing that for them. So we appreciate that. The weather with shelters. I have done shelter duty in the past. I know you have. It's not fun. So I'd like to just, I know people that are hunkered down in their homes. You don't realize what people leave their family and they go to these shelters and they work. And then they tell you after 8 hours or something, go home. And you're like, wait a minute, the wind is going sideways and the water's going sideways. I'm not going anywhere. So you stay, but you're not on the clock, even though you're sitting there because it's the safe place to be. I'd like to say thank you to those people that do that shelter training or job, because it's really tough. It's amazing to me what you deal with in a shelter. People would be kind of shocked at some of the things that you deal with, and how, sorry, but filthy the school can get in just a few hours. So what people don't understand is when you make the difficult decision to close schools, and I think it is a very difficult decision because we've closed schools before in anticipation and then nothing happened. And people go, oh, they shouldn't have done that. The problem is you have to do it early enough to prepare for everything, one. And also understand that, again, about the buses and whether or not 35-mile-an-hour winds are going to come or not come, because you know that these storms aren't as predictable as you'd hope, even though we have better weather indicators. But the other part is how long it takes to clean up after. And that after is miserable. So I know it's a tough decision. I know you're going to make that decision with you're not going to make the decision, but the emergency team is going to make that decision tomorrow. So we should know by what time?
Hopefully by 1 o'clock.
By 1 o'clock tomorrow. And then we will possibly have schools closed for 2 days, possibly 3.
Correct.
Okay. So just putting that out there. I know Ms. Maddox sent us an update, but it doesn't open, so just letting you know. There's no link. Anyway, with that, I'm done, and if superintendent's closing.
Thank you, and have a good night.
Okay, thank you all. It is 9:48. This meeting is done.